Hi friends, host Eric here. I'm going to talk about the real challenge of being correct. The biggest challenge of being correct is this deeply entrenched opposition people have to anybody telling the truth about that sort of thing, about themselves, you know? So it's like horse mumbler, hugely pissed off at me. Not anything to do with anything I said, just my tone. Didn't like my tone. When INTPs get stupid, it's unfortunate. Because that really pisses me off. It's like, you should know better. Anyhow, freaking people and their stupidity about COVID. Everyone's not listening to me. It's like, well, but Eric, you're not so right. You know everything, Eric. God, don't you get it? Eric, you think you're right about everything. Well, the thing is, remember, people, I'm on the internet talking about shit that I choose to talk about. I don't choose to talk about shit that I'm not right about. If I don't, nobody ever critiques me about me saying I'm right about shit I don't know about. Nobody says, why would you say you're right about that, Eric? You don't know anything about that. Nobody ever says that. People often tell me, you need to do more research or something, but never about things I actually need to do more research on. Now, yes, there are some funny things with COVID, and it's weird, and it lends one towards conspiratorial thinking. The media, I've never seen the media so crazy before about agenda pushing, you know? It's weird. And I'm still right about it. So I don't know what to tell people, but, you know, most importantly, what I'm right to say is this about COVID. It is the most divisive thing we have ever encountered by a large margin since the Civil War, you know? It's so divisive that INTPs get so caught up in their emotions, potentially, INTPs, like horse mumbler, that they get everything wrong. Like, what matters, what should be prioritized, things like that, the important stuff, you know? That's what they're getting wrong. Now, Evelyn did a good job. Evelyn's a smart INTP who pushed back on what I was saying and made a very good point. She brought up some specific narratives in which the media seemed, by objective calculation, after the fact anyway, to have been openly, directly lying, and that this lie was echoed by lots of media outlets. Well, that's a good point. I mean, that's true, and I did give the mainstream media too much credit. I stand corrected on that point there, because she's saying be open to certain possibilities, possibly, or at least acknowledge the strength of some of the pieces of evidence. Well, sure, I will. I'd be happy to. I'm not afraid to be corrected, right? I'm much more afraid to be wrong than to be corrected. Being corrected is great, not a problem. But what I hate arguing about more than anything else, as I said before, is me. Don't argue about me. Don't argue about my tone or my delivery. Don't argue about whether I'm right or not. Don't argue about me. It's stupid. It doesn't matter, right? I'm not what matters here. When we're talking about something, and I'm saying everybody needs to listen to me, the reason I'm saying that is because the thing I'm talking about, I have specifically chosen because everybody needs to listen to me about it. Not because everybody needs to listen to me about everything. Although it wouldn't be a bad idea. The point is, before I come on the internet and start expressing opinions about things, I've ascertained that I'm correct about them. You know? And unfortunately, other people don't do that. They don't engage in that process. So, yeah, it makes sense that if what Eric's saying in general is correct about himself, that that means he's claiming he's super special and better than everybody else or whatever. Well, yeah, researching things to determine what's true, I am, for sure. It comes from decades of being a debate coach, plus a robust thinker and an objective thinker and so forth, and a great ideator and all those other things. So yeah, I am definitely better at evaluating bunches of data to determine what the correct position on things was. That's the case. So, of course, I can never defeat somebody else's gut. They're not going to be convinced by what should convince them. They're going to remain convinced by their gut. I'm never going to convince somebody of anything who's convinced that they really need to evaluate my social grace. If you think that what you need to evaluate is my social grace, you're barking up the wrong tree entirely. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant to what I'm saying. If you're going to argue that, well, you're not going to get good effectiveness, Eric, because even though you're right, you're not selling it well enough to other people. Well, you sell it then. I'll be right. I'll tell you what's correct, and you just go sell it. If you don't like how I'm selling it. Instead of attacking me, it's like we get all these people attacking me instead of anybody else who's less correct about every little thing that I might be slightly incorrect about. Even though there's nobody else who's remotely as correct, and maybe you should attack them. This is the irony of it, right? It's like I've got people on the channel who potentially care about correctness, which is a wonderful thing. Good for everybody, And yet, in practice, they don't care about it at all. Because they'd rather spend their time nitpicking shit with me to try to find something that I can get me on than actually learning anything. Is it frustrating? Yeah, it's frustrating. Of course. It's super frustrating. Because I'm going out of my way to spend time on the internet talking about what I feel like talking about when I feel like talking about it. And instead of valuing that opportunity to learn something, people want to shit on me. It's like, if you're worrying about me and my tone, if you're worrying about me and my delivery, if you're worrying about how I just don't get it even though I've established what I said clearly enough, and you ignored it and just shifted ground, then, that's the problem, not me, right? I didn't sleep super well last night. I got about 4 hours of sleep, but it wasn't like this was keeping me up exactly. But it was on my mind when I went to sleep, and it was on my mind when I woke up again. And it makes me sad, It makes me sad to come into contact with what can only be called a brazenly stubborn rejection of everything good, just, and true in favor of heuristics. Bullshit things like, it's Eric saying he's right too much. Hi Winston's mom. Yeah, I am feeling fussy. I'm feeling fussy because all those people want to argue with me yesterday in that long-ass live stream, even though they were wrong and ignoring me. People love arguing with Eric, It's like, the thing is, I kind of get it for that stream yesterday. The reason is this. I was angry about something related in healthcare that had absolutely nothing to do with COVID. But because I titled that live stream, Angry at Nurse Practitioner, and it showed a lady shaking her fist at healthcare professionals, everybody came in wanting to battle about COVID. Even though I had no intention of talking about COVID at all, I just was mad at the way that this nurse practitioner just bumblefucked dealing with Rachel serotonin syndrome. And then doubled down when she called back, which, nobody should ever be allowed to double down on being wrong without getting my foot up their ass. But she did get away with it because I was asleep while Rachel took the phone call. Anyway, so then I go to start complaining about this stupid nurse practitioner, something very specific, and about, how healthcare works and stuff, with as far as monies and shit go, and insurance, and just wanton waste, all that kind of stuff is what I want to complain about. And instead, I get in this big argument about fucking COVID. And as I said before, I'll say again, the only time I remember really there being a bruising argument between me and my daughter, and it's happened on a couple of times now, is about COVID, and we don't even really disagree about it. So it's like, when we're talking about COVID, we say we agree or disagree about it. What I mean specifically is, what are our respective positions, normative positions or prescriptive positions on what policy should be and how we should deal with policy? So we don't necessarily agree or disagree with that. ESTJ, she was incredibly anti-blind. At no point during our first doctor's visit or the follow-up phone call or in the report does it mention the word serotonin, because that woman was not interested in giving us a diagnosis. She was interested in following through on the set of instructions in the book as regarding what it says about serotonin syndrome, even though this was a different circumstance than that. We needed a diagnosis, and what we got was scolded for not having insurance so that she could run infinite tests for no reason when we already had all the information we needed to know what the diagnosis was. And she really needs my foot up her ass. In fact, I may even go down to, as I said to Rachel yesterday, I may go down and talk to Veronica. Veronica is the desk lady at the doctor's office. And I've been going there for years, and every time I go there, she's the desk lady, and she knows me, and I know her, and I have to deal with her lots of times because my prescription is so wonky. With, this pharmacy doesn't have it, this pharmacy does, this one doesn't, this one does, it's like that kind of shit. So I gotta go down there all the time. I'm thinking about going down there and saying, hey, I just want to tell you this. Listen, I don't want to make a formal complaint or anything, but that nurse practitioner needs to get checked, because her job is not to advise people about things that are not related to their health. Avoid drugs and alcohol is not a meaningful sentence linked to any test result that she received. She didn't even know what DMT was. She didn't mention serotonin once, even though that's what Rachel has. Why would she advocate stopping drugs and alcohol, avoid drugs and alcohol, when she had elevated liver enzymes? That justifies avoid alcohol. If you're going to say drugs, you need to specify which drugs have a negative impact on the liver and which drugs you think she might be taking. Don't tell her to just avoid drugs and alcohol. That's not medical advice. That's judginess. And most importantly, don't scold her or me for not having Obamacare, quote unquote. It is not her job to tell people that they need to make it more possible for her to waste everyone's money. No, my dad doesn't boss around Rachel. My dad just thinks Rachel's worthless. Or useless, I should say. Not worthless, useless. No, they didn't offer her COVID test. The nurse practitioner was very clear that she definitely didn't have COVID. I asked about it directly. That Rachel had none of the symptoms of COVID. So much so that they didn't even suggest a test for that. She never even suggested it. And when I brought it up, she dismissed it immediately. It's definitely not COVID. Your Veronica joke is pretty funny as well. That's the kind of joke that makes me happy. Is Veronica really Veronica? Maybe. Like, I think Veronica might be an ESTJ too. But she's in charge of the kind of job an ESTJ should be in charge of. Like, managing all the front desk shit, you know? She does a great job of that. You didn't say anything, Horse Mumbler. You told me about my FE. Here's my FE for you. Go fuck off. I don't have any responses to you about me. Right? You want to shit on me. Go ahead. I'm not trying to defend me. Okay, if it's logic, then your brain broke. You forgot that I'm not relevant. Right? You forgot about that fact, that I'm not relevant to this equation. To any calculus about it. You mistook me for my word, didn't you? Run for it. Seems like a subliminal message to me. Yeah, I went to different doctors for years because I knew I had something. They all said no and acted like. Well, I tell you one thing that's been acted like you were crazy. One thing that's been eye-opening is how it's been eye-opening being with Rachel is how poor people who aren't enabled or empowered to be correct and be clear about why and stuff get walked all over. They get walked all over. Yeah, I don't doubt you were Lady Fox Wolfe. And that I also don't doubt that if I had been there, that wouldn't have persisted for nearly as long. It wouldn't have persisted for 5 minutes. I would have had my foot up multiple people's asses. Well, that's not true. It wouldn't have persisted. It would have persisted longer than 5 minutes because it takes me a while to come to a conclusion about something, right? See, that's the thing. All of the deliberative work and research and stuff I do, you don't see it because I'm not on camera. And I wait until I understand things clearly before I actually talk about them. Everybody needs an Eric. Because there are lots of dumbass bureaucratic people out there who need my foot up their ass. But we could argue about me some more if we want. How Eric's too arrogant. We could have that fun argument again. You're so arrogant, you think you're right all the time. Oh yeah, that's a useful conversation to have. I mean, how difficult is it to be me, right? When even people like Horse Mumbler, I get put in these positions where people are saying bullshit, I'm correcting it, and they're not listening to me, and I'm getting frustrated, and trying all these different ways to get them to listen to me, which include some, well, maybe deemed self-aggrandizing statements that I'm trying to provide these people heuristics since they're not using their deliberation functions. Or they're using the wrong one, you know? And so then I get accused of being arrogant. It's like, okay, this is just like Corey all over again. Oh, Eric, you couldn't possibly stand up for yourself at work because you might get fired, and then how would you support your family? Actually, I'm a really incredibly good debate coach who will have no problem getting a job, and the reason there's all of these reasons why I'm so good and better than the other coaches. Oh, arrogant. Eric, you're so arrogant. Okay, well, I can't win then. You know, I can't win. Okay, well, again, Horse Mumbler, then that's the sort of thing I'm not going to respond to. As I've indicated in the past, I've made very clear, I don't like arguing about me. I didn't delete it. I don't know why. Lee man. I don't delete it. I didn't delete it. Some of my old writings are good and some of them are dumb. I mean, that's the thing. There's no doubt that I continue to evolve to a more correct place in life, and which necessarily means that I'm not entirely correct and that I've been wrong plenty of times in the past. It's a you have to trust the process, you know. You have to not be interested in being correct. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, not being wrong. You have to be interested in being correct. And you have to be interested in not in being right, but in being correct. You have to be interested in not in coming across as a guru, but in actually being right, you know. Do you remember what the article was called or whatever? Lee man? I can put a link to it maybe. You like calling submissive men your brat? Is it short for bratwurst? Urban Schazler, Zahler, Erbsenzoller. Well, maybe that's what I need then. Maybe I need a good spanking or something, and that's fine. But what I don't need to do is argue about me. Okay? Unfortunately, people constantly push me into declaring, sometimes angrily, they need to shut the fuck up and listen. But that's just because it's true. I don't want you to address my behavior. I mean, you're welcome to address it, but I'm not going to engage you on that. And of course, what Horse Mumbler ignores is that I'm not the only one mad and saying shit. They are too. I'm supposed to be nice in the face of angry stupidity, no matter what. Nope, not gonna happen. Which is not me. You need to go to bed, Horse Mumbler. That's why you're so cranky. Might be true of myself as well. I did go to bed. I slept for 4 hours. By their BBW mistress, British Broadcasting Wussies. Big Black White. Now, I say we need to differentiate between a person and their words, not their behaviors, not their tone. I didn't engage in behaviors yesterday, Horseman Blair, in any meaningful sense. I engaged in argumentation. You didn't like my tone. Stop trying to position it as something else. What is a fruitcake? A fruitcake is a bunch of pieces of fruit that are baked into this gelatiny stuff. It's gross. You don't want to eat any fruitcake. I don't know why they exist, even. I think they exist. There's like an old-fashioned thing. It was a way to preserve fruit in the olden days, maybe, or something, but they were really gross. You're a nerd. Oh, okay. I'll find a link to it. I wish I had written this is an excellent title for something. You see, that's called Eric is doing work. You know? He's saying, here's something he found that's right, that he can learn from. That is a good thing that I quoted there, and I still live by it today. I still live by it today. For those of you who, actually I'll bring it up on the screen so you can see it too. And it's unfortunate that more people don't live by this credo, you know, because it would save humanity if they did. Alright, so let's take a look-see at this and see what it says. I don't remember who wrote it. I think that's why I put anonymous, because I don't remember. I didn't go back to get the person's name or something stupid like that. But I don't know. Maybe it was written by anonymous. It was a long time ago. Alright, let's read this now. I understand that I am just a person, and however smart, rational, and well-guided I might be, there are others out there like me. I've changed my mind many times in life about many issues as I explored and experimented with various values and ideologies growing up. I've abandoned many positions when I realized they were unfounded. I didn't find it hard to conjecture that I was mistaken in the past. I can find myself being wrong again in the future. My mind is fallible, therefore I have no privileged epistemological access to universal truth. That's true. But I will say this, I no longer am quite the same way about this, in that I now understand that while I have no privileged epistemology, in other words, I don't have any special access to universal truth, it turns out that I'm way over here on the spectrum of correctness. Like, right here at the very top. It's just how it is. And see, the thing is, being really humble has made me grow from this point. I used to think that humility was more important than correctness. And now I understand that's a form of arrogance. Others around me have opinions and ideas about everything. I agree with some, less than others. Some I think are complete idiots. I don't know a single person I agree with 100% about everything, so there is to discuss or speculate over. I'm the only person I fully agree with all the time about everything. See, I don't fully agree with me all the time about everything. Which is to say, I recognize in plenty of occasions I'm doing a back and forth. I'm busy arguing both sides, and I'm not holding a position. And that seems to be an area where I'm a little bit more epistemologically advanced than whoever wrote this. So that's a statistically certain indicator that I am wrong, at least on some counts. But most importantly, the takeaway here is, it's really critical that you not take a position until you know that you have a correct position on it, or delay taking that position as long as possible, so that you avoid what he's articulating here, that this process of growth, you're supposed to get to the point where you no longer are having to excise things you were wrong about before nearly as often. This is probably written by a 30-year-old, you know? I'm a 50-year-old. It's different now. What are the odds that while not having any privileged access to truth in general, I'm always right about everything while everyone around me is wrong, at least on their point of disagreement with me? 100% for me. It's close to 100%. Because while I don't have privileged access to truth in general, I only make claims about things that I've determined I'm correct about with good, very good cause. And many of my claims are about which claims are legitimate to make and sustain. This is written by somebody who wasn't a debate coach, so doesn't understand the process as well as I do. Why can't I tell what exactly I am wrong about right now? Just like I can't push almost anyone to a point where, just like I can push almost anyone to a point where I am certain they are being irrational about something, but just can't see themselves being foolish, I too, being just another person, must be vulnerable to the same unaware bullshit harboring tendency. Except I'm generally not, actually. I don't really agree with this anymore. And that's because I have genuine humility. This makes me humble in my approach to truth. Well, I do have an incredible amount of humility in my approach to truth. I do keep the engine always running on the bulldozer of skepticism at the base of my most crucial ideological pillars, except they have been on a years-long break at this point. They don't need to do any work. It turns out we finished the pillars. And that's okay too. So being skeptical all the time means being skeptical about this thing that I wish I had written, so to speak. You know? It's saying, okay, Eric, it's time to grow up beyond this person and own the truth. Don't just say it, own it. You have to, because nobody else is doing this job, whether they can or not, right? Nobody else is doing the job I'm doing. And the job I'm doing is policing words. Nobody else really, as far as I can tell, is qualified to do it. And you might say, well, Eric, there's 7 billion people on the planet. How can there possibly be nobody else qualified to do it? Nobody else is doing it. So, I don't know how or why. It just is. No, Jack, hey, you get timed out because you ignored what I said. You were not allowed to ignore what I say. I said, I don't have privileged access to truth, but I am much closer to it and need to do less work than you. The reason is not because of privileged access, but because of correct protocols of utilization of ideas and words. Well, I did time him out because I don't want him to ignore my words. Because I specifically said I don't have privileged access to truth. He ignored that and said, so having been a debate coach gives one access to privileged access to truth? Even though I had specifically said I don't have privileged access to truth, I have mastered the correct protocols of engaging with words. Well, yeah, sure, and I like it. I think it's got to. I think most people need to read that for sure, and most people need to adopt that frame of reference, as I did for many years. You know, it's only when you realize that the workers stopped working so much that you start to note, oh, I think this construction project is basically done, and it is a surprising moment when that occurs because. I think for INTPs it never really finishes, but for me, eventually, things stopped moving around. So, you know, one thing get locked in place, and then maybe it gets disrupted because something else gets locked in place instead, and then that gets reinvented, and blah blah blah. But at some point, that stops, right? And large chunks fall into place and get locked down with the correct arguments and why it's correct, and that's it, you know. If you're constantly continuing to grow, then you're overusing extroverted intuition. If you're growing in your relationship with the truth continually. Because the truth has a singularity component to it. And it's foolish of us to deny that. Are you using commas again, Yo-Yo? I'm not ignoring your words. I told you I don't like to argue about me. I addressed them directly. I addressed each of your words directly. So Horizontal says, how can you be considered qualified to police others' words when you keep attacking perceived emotions and motives in others while ignoring the actual words mine included? No, I'm saying, Horsemumbler, I did say in a comment to you that you're getting emotional here about this, but that's not the problem, right? The problem isn't your emotion. Just like the problem isn't my tone. So the problem is that you think my tone matters here, or that my politeness matters, or FE, or that I'm not treating my friends well or something. They're not treating me well. I went on the live stream to talk about things I wanted to talk about, and got dragged into an argument about COVID by stupidity. Because I don't like to leave trash on the table. So maybe my friends should treat me differently. You know, it's like I'm hearing I'm here chatting about shit. I am here reading people's things they say in the chat. And I don't necessarily read everything that everyone says in the chat. So, yeah, I was arguing with, say, Legends Fall and Jack mostly yesterday. And what happened was they kept leaving trash on the table. I kept cleaning it up. And they just put more trash on the table. Eventually it got me mad. And that's okay. You know, it's to be expected. It's because I'm a human being too that I get mad when people continually ignore my words, what I'm saying, and my responses, and just shift ground. The thing is, if you make a claim and I rebut it, you should continue along that argument chain. That argument chain's not over. You don't just forget what just happened and say something unrelated and expect me to address that now too. After all, you didn't address my last rebuttal. Why should I go on to the next thing? I mean, my position on the adverse events of the COVID vax is simply that we don't have enough data yet to conclude that there are adverse long-term impacts from it. And so operating as though we do would be foolhardy. And I don't deny that there's lots of shady stuff going on related to COVID. There's no doubt about that. And it's super annoying. You know, it is super annoying that people are stupid and shady and profiteering and just force shit through policy wise. I hate that. I hate SE misused like that, you know? It sucks ass, but it is what it is. All I can do is be correct about things because I'm an NE type, I'm not an SE type. I'm not going to go out and make real change happen. So it's frustrating when my NE has no impact, when my words don't have any impact. So it's like I correctly, successfully provided powerfully correct and meaningful answers to what people were saying, and they ignored those answers. They just threw them in the trash, even though that was the words they needed to hear. Okay, now, Horse Mumbler, it is true, in one instance yesterday, read most of Legends Fall's sentence out loud, respond to that, and then I got scolded into going back and rereading the whole sentence out loud, which I did, and I absolutely annihilated it. I mean, at the end of that, a nuclear bomb had been dropped on that stupidity. So, like I'm saying, once again, I'm not ignoring your words. I'm responding to what you say. You didn't say my tone was a problem. You said reading only half of someone's sentence and straw manning was. You said both, actually. You didn't specifically say tone, but you made that clear. Okay? So you did convey both messages. And that's true. And in fact, the fact that you say that me straw manning someone is a problem, well, I didn't straw man them because I did go back and finish reading the rest of the sentence, and it determined that, and we could all see, after I had done so, that if anything, reading the other part of the sentence made the rebuttal even more powerful. So, no, we're not playing this game. Stop. If you lived here in LA, Elise asked, maybe we could hook you up or something. But instead you live in Penis. That's hilariously ridiculous, Elise says. That is hilariously ridiculous. It's like, if you need money for food, how do you maintain the fat? That's a really challenging. It's really challenging for malnutritioned people to capitalize on their fatness. We'll work to attain the means to remain fat, is what your sign you should have is. Rain, don't tease Lady Fox Wolfe. Don't tease. No teasing allowed, okay? We're going to have a tease-free stream. Hopefully an anger-free stream, too. And definitely an arguing about COVID-free stream. Oh, too late. See what you guys made me do? Now look what you made me do. Who doesn't love that sentence right there? Now look what you made me do. No, I didn't watch it yet. I've been busy arguing with people here on the channel. I've been busy making my friends feel bad. It's been an important part of my job. It's really important that we attack each other. You know, there aren't enough legitimate targets out there. We got to sit here and attack each other. Otherwise, what are we doing wrong? You know? Oh, yeah. You hear that? Thanks, Yo-Yo. I appreciate your vote of support. I have to say, I am very happy with the new nefarious plans. I think it really came out well. And somebody left a comment on it that made me so happy. So happy. What was the comment? It was, why is this chorus so catchy? That comment made me so happy because it was by somebody who often comes in and like opposes what I'm saying or whatever and isn't particularly inclined to like what I make necessarily or be positive about it in any way. And so for them to say that, that's really gratifying. Nefarious plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Nefarious plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt that it's scary, but that's about all you can say. It's a really good chorus. You know, it really pops. Hold your breath, expect the best, assess as less, slump and mess. At least you'll confess that the less than the rest isn't confusing. Lisbeth bet the rest were musing, but Lisbeth didn't have any confusion. She rolled over them October to June, then took off for the summer. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Now in fall, whispers began to carry in the hall that Lisbeth's urgency impelled them all to hide away from her inside a bathroom stall. She's berating, always making her point, started hating, always feeling annoyed, bullying now her way through you. It means she likes you too. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. That's a winner. That is a winner. Yeah, it's the 16th. Her mom's coming in on the 9th. For a week, and we'll do things with her, hang out. We're supposed to go to Disneyland, but I don't think Rachel's going to be up for it. You know, she's still sick. It depends what... Well, you're telling me I'm being mean to my friends and stuff, but I'm not making the wrong arguments, so you must be talking about my tone. What else are you talking about? I mean, being correct, making the right arguments isn't being mean, so what else are you talking about? I mean, it's perfectly reasonable for me to conclude that it's tone because I'm not saying anything that's incorrect. You're not saying that I'm attacking my friends by telling them lies. It's the 16th. The 1/16th. 1/16/85, that's her birthday. In 1985, I was already 14 years old. My second wife was born in 81. So I do have experience going out with somebody who was born in the 80s before. I was with her for a long time. The point is, regardless of whether the vax works or not, we need to have the framework discussion about what's an appropriate amount of seizing of control over people's day-to-day lives and decisions about their own bodies. One of the funny effects of COVID is it has ended the expression, my body, my choice. All of a sudden now, that's no longer an argument in favor of abortion. Because even people who aren't particularly smart get that it generalizes too well to the vaccine topic. So you get all these people who are pro-choice and who are also, and who for many years probably argued they're pro-choice because my body, my choice, but they're not going to apply that logic to this, So they just stop saying it. As though their previous justifications didn't matter. And that's the problem with what the guy wrote that I read earlier, is there's a lie implicit in that thing. And the lie is that process of refining to get to the truth never reaches anywhere, never gets anywhere. It just goes on forever until you die. It's not true. It just isn't true. Oh, that's fine. I don't mind the way that Prebanon said that right there. I mean, it's a very reasonable statement to make. I think the vax works, quote unquote, as well, in that it makes it less likely for you to get severe symptoms from COVID strains. But that's not normally how vaccines are supposed to work, though, right? Normally, a vaccine is supposed to prevent you from getting something. So, in that regard, it is a vaccine of sorts, in that it appears to be sort of training the immune system to handle this stuff better. But, the normal mechanics of it are absent. Normally, you can make the claim that because you can get the vaccine and protect yourself 100% from the thing, you have no reason to concern yourself about whether other people get the vaccine. In this instance, it's possible to make the horrible argument that because the vaccine doesn't work, everybody should have to get it. Isn't that funny? Yeah. I mean, it's just like I said at the beginning. It's not going to work. These control measures aren't going to work if what they're telling us about the COVID thing is true. Then they aren't going to work. We might put in control measures. As soon as we pull them back, the rates are going to pop back up again. You have to put the control measures back. I did this right at the very beginning, and I was correct. And I remain correct about it. So it's not so much that nefarious deeds all about aren't happening, as it is whoever keeps overcrediting some of those nefarious deeds and ignoring the other ones. The thing is, the best you can, the more right you are, the less effective you are. And that's one of the reasons why, like, global conspiracy theory stuff is more or less bullshit. Sure, there are global conspiratorial organizations like the CIA and stuff like that. But there's this issue, which is fundamental to humanity. The more correct you are, the less effective you are. So, and you have to be, because to be very correct, you have to engage in a shit ton of talking. So, for people, organizations who are who are trying to shape the world, well, they're very unlikely to be correct about how their very given actions are going to actually create impacts or anything else, frankly. So, there's that. I mean, there is some nefarious shit going on. It's the nefariousness of it's the nefariousness that always manifests when shit goes down in the absence of framework. In the absence of framework, everybody operates under the framework they assume is generalized because there's been no discussion about it. And that's what's happened with COVID. It's like there was no framework at the beginning that said, how do we talk about, decide, understand public health threats in an adult way? There was no discussion about that, and as a consequence, there's been no adult response to it. I mean, there was discussion by me, but I do notice it after a little bit. I noticed very quickly, Rain. I'm a professional noticer. I got my bachelor's degree in noticing and my master's degree in awareness, and my doctorate in understanding. I'm a doctor of understanding. PhD, MD, and DDS. I can work on your understanding both metaphysically, physically, and dentally. It's pretty good, huh? It has not been like 300 messages. It's been like 2. God. What's STI status? What's I stand for? Infection? Okay. I normally think of it as STD, but I guess STI is another word for STD. Okay, well, Horse Mumbler says that's a very interesting, erroneous conclusion you made there. There's a lot more to treating one's associates with respect than just tone and truth value and tone. Well, what about treating me with respect? Do I get to be treated with respect too, or just everybody else? Do the same rules apply to me? What measures would you implement? I don't think you have to be a virologist to have a valid opinion on this, but you can't be an idiot. I mean, I wouldn't try to implement measures that tell everybody how they should deal with COVID as a general thing. I'd say, here's all the information about COVID. Here's what people might choose to do. They might choose to isolate. They might choose to take their chances and get sick. They might choose to They might choose to That's what I would do. I'd explain, here's what's going on, and here's what you might choose to do. And then people can make their own choices. I mean, there's no disputing the fact that the initial strains of COVID were fairly bad. They had some bad impacts. It was worth it made sense for plenty of people to take extra measures to avoid getting it. What didn't make sense is for third parties to tell them whether it made sense for them to do that. No, it didn't come off like that. I didn't read it like that. Prevenon, canned Sammy. I did not read it like that at all. I did not realize it like you called me an idiot. I didn't read it as though you would call me an idiot. I call people idiots all the time too, so it's fine if you call me an idiot. it's fine if you call me stupid or whatever, because I'm always name calling people too. So I do that as well. I get it. People get frustrated. I get frustrated, and then I start pewing. You know. Normally, it's a good instinct in life. It served me very well. It's why I never get walked all over. Nobody ever walks all over Eric. It never happens. Except my dad. My dad does sometimes. And I just put up with it. And I just say, well, that's what I got to do. I just got to sit here and eat this plate full of shit. And I'm going to not enjoy it, but I'm going to choke it down. But other than that, nobody ever walks all over Eric. Never, ever, ever happens. Nobody even tries. They just take one look at me and they go, they treat me appropriately. In contrast, people seem to walk all over Rachel for absolutely no reason. I mean, just because she's not an asshole. That's the only reason. You know? It's the glory. I did it all for the glory of being an asshole. No. I didn't do it all for the glory of that. I did it all for the glory of love. That's why. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, you do have to be kind of an asshole in life if you want to... If you don't want people to bring you along on their frame-locked journeys of stupidity. Look, I have no problem with the government or anybody else saying, here's what you should do about this. I have a problem with the government, public health officials, and everybody saying, here's what you must do about this. And that's the situation we have. You've got some individual human beings who seem to think they can decide for other people their particular health considerations. And it just doesn't work like that. That's an area where we have to let every individual have autonomy over their own body and stuff like that, right? Well, I mean, that's true. I do, in fact, engage in a reactive kind of style. That sometimes I misread something or read part of it, respond, and then have to backtrack and update. So in other words, my process is a little much more sloppy than yours. That's true. But in this instance, I didn't misconstrue anything. You were trying to pound Eric, not what Eric was saying. And that's okay. I'm not mad about it or anything, like long term or anything. I just was mad about it in the moment. So it's like, truthfully and respectfully, Horse Mumbler, you gotta understand that yesterday afternoon, that stream, a lot of people, including you, were mad. And that the reason I singled you out is because I expect better from you. I don't expect better from me. Like, you know, well, I hold you to the same standard I hold Evelyn to. I mean, maybe that's not fair, but I do anyway. I don't care if you're mad at me. I mean, the point is, you keep focusing on my warrant as to why you were acting like that or saying those things. It doesn't matter why, right? The point is, it was not about policy at all. It was about me. And I don't care if it's like I don't assume they're mad at me. I shouldn't even throw out those speculations, okay? I do sometimes say I think you're spilling your emotions onto me here. And it's dumb to speculate that because I can never establish the correctness of that claim. After all, you're the only one who has access to your subjective emotions. And it doesn't matter anyway. Even if you had no emotions, the words you were saying deserve critique on their face. We don't need to understand what your motivations were. I don't know why I say that stuff. I should stop. I mean, there were a lot of fists flying. When you go into an environment that's very heated and with lots of fists flying, you know, it's not that difficult to find yourself dragged into a bar brawl, right? All of a sudden, somebody doesn't recognize that you're not part of this brawl, you get punched in the face, and you find yourself slugging it out too. I get it. That's my understanding of things anyway. If you didn't have that experience, that's fine. So then you can determine for yourself why you said those things. I don't care why you said them. Eric, you may get mad at this comment, but I think maybe you get riled up easy sometimes due to how your dad raised you. I know you love your dad, but he sounds like he was rather strict and harsh. No. he was, or strict and brash. He was like me, very no nonsense, but not like me at the same time, in that he was very no nonsense. My dad did an excellent job of parenting me, a spectacular job. Yeah, I had plenty of, not plenty, I had a reasonable amount of things I had to do, and I had plenty of freedom at the same time, and plenty of love, and there's always this prioritization in my family that if your particular experience is too negative, then you're exempted from things. And that's an SI frame of reference, you know? Because my mom's SI Dom, my dad's SI Tool. So, and my mom loved me so much, you know? Like an ISFJ mom with an ENTP kid, you imagine. She just thought I was so delightful, hilarious, and wonderful. And my dad didn't get my jokes and was scary. But it was just, he's all bark, no bite. I never remember him doing anything remotely abusive to me. Not ever. I mean, it's like as an adult, I've been frustrated at times at the challenges his NI polar poses to him in terms of his inability to hear me, basically. But that's a function thing. The reason my dad can't find anything useful from his son is because he's an ESTJ and I'm an ENTP. And the point is, if I'm being useful, then I'm getting in the way of him scorecarding on his third slot function. Which is why, no matter what my idea is, it's a bad idea. Hey, Dad, you want to... No, definitely don't want to do that. Well, why not? Well, Eric suggested it, that's why. David didn't suggest it. He wasn't cold. He's not cold. I wouldn't call him warm. He's definitely not warm, okay? But he's also not cold. He's just busy. He's busy solving his problems and attending to this and that and making sure everything's running properly and getting frustrated at his retarded son. You know, all you can do is bow down and say, all praise is due, Father. I don't struggle with intimacy at all, though. So it's like I don't think he struggled with intimacy. I think he found F shit icky. You know, he was never very physically touchy with my mom at all. They'd like peck on the lips before he go to work. And my mom would come up and give him a hug, and he'd say, all right, that's enough. You know. No, he was very authoritative, not authoritarian. Very authoritative. My mom was probably too lenient. My dad rather authoritative, but not authoritarian. My dad was always fair. And this is the thing. While my dad could never elicit any benefit from me because of our cognitive function stacks, I've always been able to elicit benefit from him. And in part what that means is ESTJs are very responsive to, but you said, quote unquote. if you hand an ESTJ, but you said quote unquote, and they said, then there's nothing they can do. You got them in a pickle. You stuck them with their fairness thing that they have an absolute value in the fifth slot, and so that's what I always. That was always available to me. I knew that if I kept track of all the words, and that I could successfully police my dad. I always knew that if he said meow, then he was not going to come back later and say meow. And if he did, I would say, but you said meow, and that would cause me to win. That's pretty important, right? My parents were always up to... I didn't mean to put them on hiding. I thought I put them on timeout, but I may have accidentally put them on hiding. In which case, I have to go to that place on the back end where I find the thing, and yeah. The thing is, I'm not bothered by Elise S's statements about how I was parented. I have found, in general, that people who were not parented well themselves, like, for example, Kimberly, kept trying to rewrite my history such that I was parented poorly in some way, that my parents weren't healthy in some way. Because that was her story, you know? And she, I think, found it hard to believe, possibly, that she found it hard to believe even that that anybody could be well hid, could be well parented. Yeah, I don't think you're being rude, Elise. I'm fine with those questions. It bugged me when Kimberly did it because she was trying to rewrite my personal history to make it more compatible with her own fucked up personal history. I don't mind it when other people ask me about it because they're not my girlfriend, you know? And they're not trying to rewrite it exactly. They're just trying to understand. But I thought all childhoods were traumatic and shitty. Well, mine was traumatic and shitty in spots too, but it was always away from home. It had nothing to do with home. I mean, I do remember this one fight that my parents got in when I was like 4 years old probably, which was really dramatic. And like, I remember it because like my dad made a motion like he was going to kick my mom. He didn't actually do it, but he made a motion like it, and I was like under the table. It was really dramatic. But it's like I have that story, right, from when I was 4 years old or something. But that really stands out. It's the exception. It's not the rule. I didn't have a volatile house where there was a lot of fighting or anything going on at all. It was very quiet around here. Like, being an only child with my parents, there were so many stretches of quiet time at home. So once I was done playing and I came back in the house and we had dinner and stuff, then my parents would each sit in their respective chairs and read their respective books or watch something on PBS maybe. And I was expected to play quietly in my room, you know, which was fine. I had no problem playing quietly in my room because I was always playing quietly in my head anyway. Like, I lived most of my childhood in my head in pretend lands. And so that was not a problem for me. And, you know, there wasn't that much TV back when I was a kid either. There were a few network TV channels, and then there was PBS. And as my mom loved to tell that story, and I'll repeat it now, about when I was like 3 years old or something, and my parents were watching a PBS thing on World War II, and I was playing on the floor in the room with them where they were watching it, and I said, "This program is not appropriate for little boys," and got my toys and went back into my room. My mom thought that was just so wonderful. How verbal I was. Oh, Eric, you were so verbal as a little child. Still am today, Mom. I'm still just as verbal. I like to talk. I always did. And I was not told to shut up around my house at all. My dad wouldn't put up with any bullshit though either. Like, so if I said stuff and it was bullshit, that's bullshit. Which is great. That's what everybody needs. Everybody needs that. They need somebody to say, that's bullshit. Whenever you say bullshit. Everybody needs a David Strauss to follow them around all the time to call bullshit on them. Thank you, Winston's mom. I saw that. I appreciate your hard work there. Your SETE. I didn't mean to hide him. I meant to just time him out. But the thing is, this chat moves. It doesn't just stay in one place forever. So sometimes when I'm over here going to this thing, then it'll move and I'll get the wrong thing. If I had been a girl, I probably would have been treated differently in that, like, when I was like 13 or whatever, as a boy, my male friends and I would go off, like, camping up in the mountains or something, riding our bikes up there. Back in the day, kids were expected to be like little adults with their own unimportant business. And so, my childhood was filled with, during vacation times when I wasn't in school, being pushed out the door by the parents along with all the other children, go play. Get out of here, go play. And then we'd all get on our bikes and we'd go to various places around the neighborhood and do different things, sneak into the arboretum and fish in their fucking lake where they had all these koi, these like super, koi are expensive, but they're not hard to catch. Especially when they're used to being fed by people at the arboretum. Then when you throw shit in the water, the fish come up and just like seize upon your hook. It's crazy. So easy to fish in the arboretum near where the people come and purchase the handful of food they can throw into the water. That's a great place to go fishing. If you're little kids who snuck into the arboretum with a thing of fishing line, a hook, and a package of, or a chunk of Velveeta, which is how we used to go fishing. We just take a bit of line with a hook on the end of it and roll that up, like, wrap that around your finger or something. And then when you get there, just put it on a stick. That's it. And you don't have to cast it out or anything, because the lake is chock fucking full of carp, koi, and catfish, and they're all accustomed to being fed by people. So, well, I know we snuck in and climbed over the fence and snuck in. We'd sneak in during the day when people were there. We'd sneak in at night when nobody was there. We had a story amongst the children that we all believed, but we had no reason to believe this. I don't know how this came about, which was that there were guards in the arboretum that if they caught you when you snuck in there after hours, they'd shoot you with salt pellets. That's what we all believed. Now, I'm quite certain that this is not the truth. The Arboretum never had a policy of, if a guard in the Arboretum should see children in there who've snuck in, the guard should shoot them with salt pellets. But somehow we had this in our head, that this was the case. And we did get chased by a guard one time, and we all got away. Little kids scatter, But he didn't have any salt pellet gun. And yet, even after that event, I still believed that they'd shoot you with a salt pellet. Like, how did we even get that in our heads? Like, where did the idea of being shot with salt pellets come from? I don't know. Somebody else came up, it's like I was brought into this lie rather than came up with it myself, so I don't know where it came from. The same place that the notion that earwigs cause you to become deaf. Probably that's where it came from. The same place. I mean, but like, it sort of makes sense that earwigs cause deafness, because they're called earwigs, and they have those little pincher things at the end. So little kids can easily imagine the reason they're called earwigs is because if they get in your ear, they make you go deaf. It's not true, though. Okay, just so you know. Deafness is not caused by earwigs. You were at home most of your childhood besides school? I mean, I had lots of friends on the street. My parents moved to a street where there were a lot of other families with same age kids. So there were, various times in my life, people moved in and out, But Chad was exactly my age, lived across the street. He's moved back in now to his parents' house, just like I have. He's LA County Sheriff. Not the LA County Sheriff, but it looked for a second like he might actually become that after the last sheriff was de-sheriffed. He's exactly positioned to possibly be the interim sheriff of LA County. I don't think it's going to happen after all, but it looked like for a while he was. He lives right across the street from me. I grew up with him. And, he's back helping his mom, who needs more help than my dad. I'm back just living here because I'm a little baby, and I like it, The biggest problem with me is that at the end of the day, I'm just a big baby, I'm just a super big baby. No, not that Chad. The thing about Chad is an ESTJ, I think, and I remember as a child, Chad was always super into when they were doing work near our house. Anywhere within a 5, 6, 7 block radius that we could ride our bikes to. Chad was really into, let's go watch the construction workers work on things with their big machines. And when I go to play at his house and stuff, he'd have like big trucks, like a book called Big Trucks or something. And he'd want to like talk about, this is called an earth mover, and it does this, and it's called a bulldozer, and it does this. I thought, I don't really like this stuff. This is boring. But, I went along with whatever we were doing. I'm a team player, right? So I go right up there and watch the people build whatever. But I always thought, like, why is this interesting? I get that that's a big machine, but I'm not very interested in it. Oh, watch! Look, they're gonna puncture the asphalt with the big. Yeah, it gets kind of cool, But I just didn't dig it really as a kid. And Chad and I hung out until a certain age, and then we stopped really hanging out. Also, when the rest of us started smoking weed, Chad went straight and narrow. He became a sheriff after all. But I was on the opposite page in that regard. I was like, I'm the guy who had my parents write him a note so he could access the drug books in the high school library. Because I wanted to read Carlos Castaneda books about the magic of mushrooms. No, I didn't dig it. That's right, Jonathan Basanti. There's nothing better than a simple pun sometimes. If you'll excuse me a moment, this Jeffrey's mom got me this cup, and it's kind of cute, isn't it? It's got cats on it. I'm gonna fill it up with coffee. Is the point? It's funny how Jeffrey's mom and Jeffrey team up to sort of lie to me all the time. So she called yesterday. I was like, okay, can you work with Jeffrey tonight? On what? Because I'm suspicious. Oh, well, he needs to read a dramatic reading of this poem in his class. Okay, I guess. And then when I get there, really, she wants me to help him work on his English paper. Yes, he has to do the speech, so they weren't lying, but they were lying by omission. Because they know I hate and refuse to do anything with literary devices. I mean, they usually cajole me into it, but if your English teacher is telling you, evaluate this in terms of 3 different literary devices, it makes me want to scream. Stop being so dorky. And it's hard for me to do stuff for English classes and stuff where I'm not telling the student, in this case Jeffrey, okay, what you need to do is write a paper here that explains to your teacher what an oppressive fuck they are. And of course Jeffrey's mom doesn't want Jeffrey to write that paper. So then we have these big arguments about whether we should try to, as Jeffrey's mom always wants to, try to figure out more what the teacher arbitrarily wants for no good reason, just no matter how worthless it is, and do that. Rather than actually being like, be so good the teacher can't be stupid. I mean, the thing is, I like literary analysis, but I don't like arbitrary things like find 3 literary devices and analyze it through those. In other words, at that point, you're forcing the analysis to be less robust than it should be. And the thing is about literary devices is, generally speaking, it's kind of an arbitrary taxonomical name for something that occurs naturally, so to speak. If I start talking about metaphor, and I'm talking about a poem or a short story or whatever, well, I hope I'm including almost every word from the thing in it, because it's all metaphor. And we do ourselves a disservice when we try to pretend that we need to distinguish between simile and metaphor and all this other stuff, because that's not where good analysis comes from. Because the thing is, if you were going to focus on literary devices, then you should be teaching literature for writers, not literature for readers. If you're teaching literature for writers, and you cover literary devices, these are some tricks you can use to add a little pizzazz or whatever, fine, but that's not how it's used, and it means that the level of discourse is lower than it ought to be. You were born in 2001? Why are you so young? Get older already. Be old. Stop being so young, Lady Foxwolf. That's your problem. You've got excessive youngness disorder. Ooh, you're young. Ew. Gross. Youth. I like young people just fine. I have a daughter who's a young person. Only 22, 23 now? 22, 23? Born in 98. 23, I guess. Only 23 years old she is. That's how old my daughter is. 2, 3. I have to say, I was so impressed the other day. When I was talking to her on the phone, she started talking to me about serotonin syndrome. You know, she just recently got her bachelor's degree in psychology. And, which I enter into the conversation assuming is completely worthless. You know, I didn't think she should go to college or anything. And so when she went to college, it's basically because my parents had told her she needed to go to college and established a college fund for her. Because, you know, even early in her life, I already knew college is dumb. I mean, she's going to go get more schooling. If you're in psychology, you better get a doctorate at least. She says she wants to teach. She doesn't want to actually be a psychologist. But when I talked to her on the phone the other day, I was so impressed. It's like if I found myself listening to her, asking questions, and she really had a good amount of knowledge about the subject specifically. Warned me specifically to watch for depression, valley in the immediate after effect of serotonin syndrome for various reasons. And she sounded so much like a professional healthcare person, like for mental health. It was amazing. I was like, damn, you really project competence well. If I didn't know better, I'd think maybe I should listen to you more. But you know, she's like me. She's got this weird thing where she wants to argue with me, even if she has to find something tiny to argue with me about. And sometimes I want to argue with her, even if I've got to find something tiny to argue about, because we're both very accustomed, Delilah and I, to being the more reasonable one than the person we're talking to, and the more rational one. And we're both accustomed to constraining the excesses of other people's reasoning. And we try to do it to each other, and whoa, that's not a fun fight. That is not a fun fight. Because we spend half the time saying, I'm not one of those idiots you normally talk to. We both do it. She and I both. She gets, but like I said, the first thing that I remember us having a conflict in which one of us got mad about was abortion. But I don't really care about abortion at all. So even though she's wrong about it, she can be wrong about it. I don't care. And she's not wrong about COVID. She just wants to curtail my accesses of claims and stuff, and say, you're smarter than that, Dad. She tells me shit like that. Eric, don't act like you don't understand this. You're smarter than that. You know that blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, okay, fine. She catches me a lot, you know. But the thing is, at the same time, I keep making my arguments, which are, yeah, but you're ESTPing this shit. You need to remember that you're over here arguing on contention level shit, and my basic position is, we need to be back here doing the job that needed to be done first that never got done, framing. So that's a point of conflict that's always going to be there between me and my daughter, because she's an ESTP and I'm an ENTP. She thinks we should analyze things within the frame that reality presents us. I think that we should define the frame first. And that's just how it's always going to be. But so when it was about abortion, she's evaluating it as a policy question, more or less irrelevant to larger philosophical questions, because she doesn't want to incorporate those in that issue. And then she's careful to not run afoul of things, but so in other words, she doesn't use arguments that are she's gonna get caught on other issues, but still she's wrong about it, and I don't care, so it doesn't matter. But with COVID, it's not like either of us exactly disagree with each other, but what would make me angry would be her talking to me about, like, it's a good idea to take precautions and so forth to prevent yourself from getting sick, etc. And I'd say, okay, well, if you're talking about that, you're not talking about what we need to be talking about, which is there's too much alarmism about COVID, not an inadequate amount of it. Now, at the current moment, at where my daughter lives at her stepmom's house, with her stepmom's family, everybody there has COVID, except for her. And she's had 8 COVID tests in the last, week. 8. A quick test and a long test. She's had, 4 of each. So, we had to postpone our family lunch at the Cheesecake Factory on the grounds that Delilah has been too exposed to various COVIDs. But yeah, it is the case that everybody... Okay, listen. You cannot ruin your life yet. Your life has a lot of time left, Lady Wolf Wolfay. Don't consider it ruined already. I mean, unless you... I don't know. Made yourself a quadriplegic or something. Even then, while that's really sad, and I have nothing to tell you. I wish you well. I don't wish you to feel like your life is ruined. Well, that's what I just said, Elise S. You know, it's like, but if somebody were going to say, I ruined my life when I was a teenager, and I said, oh, come on, you didn't ruin your life. And they said, well, I made myself a quadriplegic, I'd feel pretty stupid. You know? I'd feel like, okay, maybe I should stop assuming I know anything about everybody, you know? Hi, Tiny Man 66. Remember this. Even though she's a tiny man, she's only the 66th tiniest man. There are 65 men more tiny than she. What help do you need, Lady Fox Wolfay? Do you need help with your math homework? I know how to do math. Are you working on addition or subtraction? I'm not trying to be ableist at all, Lisa. I want to stress that. I'm trying to say I need to... I want to protect myself from ableist privilege. In other words, projecting my ableist frame of reference on the people who are actually disabled and assuming that I can know how significant their experience is. I don't want to be guilty of that. So, that's what I'm trying to say here is all. I'm not trying to say that your life's ruined by becoming disabled. I'm saying if you're saying your life is ruined and your reason is because you become severely disabled, then it's not my place to tell you that your interpretation of that experience is bad. No, I know you didn't call me ableist. I'm just reinforcing what I'm saying here. Just clarifying, because I don't want to be... I don't want to do something like that, you know? Somebody who has a genuine complaint about life is totally legitimate. Like, their physical body doesn't work right. I don't want to tell them how they should feel about that. Because I'm seeing it right now with Rachel. She is currently disabled. She can't do, there's lots of normal life things that she cannot do. Like when I got back from Popeyes last night with the food, and I told her, okay, your food and drink are right here, and then she picked up her totally full 40 ounces of Coke and dropped the whole thing on the floor. Because her hands don't work right. And spilled it all over the place. Well, I didn't care about the spill or anything. I just cleaned it up. But it made me feel bad for her, like, oh, fuck. I keep just sort of shunting her experience off to the side here because it's not permanent, and I want to operate in an in world, and so does she. Like, okay, well, now that we know this isn't permanent, then we're just waiting for it to go away. But it still exists until it does. And it's a challenge for me on FI grounds. Because every time I see her display this reality of being handicapped, I'm dragged from my own compartmentalization of ignoring that larger reality right now back into attending to it. Yeah, it's really hard. It's hard to watch. It's frustrating for me because I keep trying to NE and TE this and TI it. Like, I've done a lot of really good NE TI work here, actually, surprisingly. I was able to use NE TI to make a definitive case that it's definitely this. And it's an absolutely winning case once I had enough components in place so that we don't have to feel uncertain about it. But as the symptoms persist, it's like my instinct is to go, okay, what else do we need to do? What else can I do? What more information can I get from Rachel by asking her questions? And then I always end up at the same place, which is there's nothing I can do but wait. Nothing I can do but wait. And if you Google, does serotonin syndrome have lasting negative impacts? The answer is definitely no. So, given the fact that I've deductively established without any doubt whatsoever that she definitely has serotonin syndrome, and that I can find no instance of any individual person talking about these symptoms persisting beyond 3 weeks, I have every reason in the world to believe that they will go away at 3 weeks. And the fact that she does seem to be getting better, little bit by little bit, slowly as hell, but a little bit. So, well, at least S, I'm going to do a little work on your behalf here. At least S means narcissist in the colloquial sense. People who are overly concerned about looking at them, admiring themselves, I guess. I mean, I do like to pat myself on the back a lot. Okay, well, that's something we could look into. Milk thistle. The thing is, I don't know what that elevated liver enzymes means exactly, because I haven't received the document yet. It was read to us, but I don't have the actual document in front of us. So, I did a poor job of taking notes when it was being read to us. I took a couple of notes, but I didn't really have, it was like, oh shit, let me scramble and get a pen kind of thing. So I didn't write down exactly everything I should have written down. But, maybe today it'll come in the mail. Something like that. And then I can research it and find out what I should conclude about it. I no longer trust doctors, really. I just don't trust them. It's like, this has taught me one thing. Rachel in general has taught me one thing. That I know better than most doctors. It's taught me that for sure. You know, it's like Rachel went through a succession of mental health professionals, none of whom addressed her problem. And when I researched psychiatrists and hired one, he fixed it immediately, or as immediately as one can expect, without ongoing treatment. So I know I'm a better doctor than most doctors. I already know this because I've been able to successfully determine that this continual series of doctors was doing a shitty job with Rachel, and I was proved right. I successfully diagnosed serotonin syndrome before even consulting a psychiatrist, and I was proved right. And when I talked to that nurse practitioner yesterday, or the other day, I realized you don't have to be smart to become a doctor or a nurse practitioner. You just have to be good at jumping through hoops. And then when you become a doctor or nurse practitioner, that's the approach you will take towards medicine, jumping through hoops. I mean, they shouldn't have to take years. They should be very quick and straightforward. But that requires really good TINE, because what you're doing is you're interpreting data. And that is not the same thing as ordering tests so that you can look at data. Not the same thing. You know, it's like you've got to interpret the data you have, determine which new data you need and why. These kind of questions are not questions for TESI people. They're just not questions they can answer. And yet those are the people who are most likely to successfully become professionals in any field, frankly. And yet they're not qualified. And therapists are an absolute disaster. So how is it that there is even a therapy profession when there's no psychology frame through which to understand how therapy ought to work? Just a bunch of different schools of talking, none of which link into anything. And how can people say they got a degree in that? You know, it's like, oh, so, I mean, what did you learn? Well, I learned that everything boils down to a person's trauma. Okay, it sounds like you're projecting your frame of reference there, bud. Or everything boils down to a person's you know. I mean, the whole idea of talk therapy in general is predicated on the notion that a person is unable to see themselves clearly, and the third party is going to provide clarity to that person about that person. That notion isn't fundamentally bad. It's just there needs to be an evaluation then about whether a given talk therapist has the capacity to correctly intuit about people, because that's what's required. If you get an ESTJ therapist, what are you going to have? You're going to have somebody who is never going to particularize their approach towards their patient. They're always going to do their protocols. Yeah, I mean, I agree that psychology is a mess, and that people don't know shit about shit. I mean, if my story about the nurse practitioner tells us so much of everything we need to know, basically, which is you've got somebody who's functionally a doctor who throughout our entire visit, any of our conversations never mentioned the word serotonin. Never said it one time. Even though that's the diagnosis. Now, that's not her diagnosis. Her diagnosis is that we need more health insurance so she can order more tests. But that's me and the psychiatrist's diagnosis, and that's the correct diagnosis based on the data points that I have available, you know? Eric, I think it may be good to add, what does it feel like to have a fever to the repertoire of physical sensation typing questions? That's a good one. I'll ask it, sure. I think the most interesting thing I've encountered in a while is that astronaut in the ocean thing. People have very interesting responses to that and very different kind of responses. I got into a little bit of a back and forth in the chat with somebody, it may have been you there, Rain, who was arguing that I don't think, that Eric, you're incorrect to say that they're wrong in their interpretation of astronaut in the ocean. Well, sort of, but the thing about it is, I think that astronaut in the ocean question is most of all a TE question, because if you're TE or maybe if you're TE somewhere, you're going to think about the astronaut in terms of the ordinalities of it, right? Like, what are the steps of being an astronaut? It's not just the time in outer space. It's the launching time, the time when you leave the atmosphere, the time when you're in orbit, the time when you come back through the atmosphere, re-entry, and splashdown. Those are all components of being an astronaut, as well as waiting in the water for them to come pick you up. Now, granted, that's like a 1960s astronaut. Nowadays, I don't know if they still land in the ocean or not. But I think they probably do. I think that was Oliver Linehan. The thing is, in my opinion, it is incorrect to interpret an astronaut in the ocean as meaning, oh yeah, that's right, it was 2 ISFJs. Oh no, it was definitely Oliver Linehan. The other one I was positing might be another TE polar person. Just like FE polar people deny that it's possible to objectively analyze whether somebody has successfully demonstrated sarcasm. I think that's not something that you can be right or wrong about. But of course it is. To anybody who's got any FE at all, you know that it is possible to correctly execute sarcasm or incorrectly execute it. I agree with Lady Foxwolf's statement that a cockroach infestation is better than a spider infestation. But no infestation is better than either of those. There are too many protocols to practice medicine effectively. I mean, unless you get a doctor who's primarily in the private doctor business, just like with debate coaches. If your kid goes to your public school, and they get whatever debate coach they happen to get, if you're lucky enough to send your kid to a school with a debate program, there's a very good chance they're not going to get actually a debate coach even. They're going to get a history teacher or something who's been tasked with doing this extracurricular thing. Because schools don't understand that debate's a better educator than anything else they have, by far, by a large margin. Debate is more effective at educating students than any other methodology used in school. So, but they don't care. Because school's the same way. School's the same way as medicine. Education only effectively happens when individual educators who are very good at their job direct their attention to attaining outcomes. You can't standardize it. You can't regulate it into being good. It requires actual talent, like anything else. To be a good school teacher requires a lot of talent, first of all. Then experience. Then knowledge or whatever. But mostly it requires talent. You have to have those talents that are going to make you a good teacher. If you don't have those talents, you can't educate you into being a good teacher. Well, Lady Foxwolf, it's possible that unicorns were real and just went extinct. But if they were real and just went extinct, the reason is because they kept stabbing each other with their inconveniently placed horns. After all, what would be the advantage of a horse having a horn? It's not like it's a carnivore, so it doesn't need to stab its prey. And that horn is going to get caught up in branches and stuff and make it difficult for the horse to run because it's this extra thing that doesn't do anything. The only thing that unicorn horn does is prevent non-virgins from riding unicorns. And, in one of the anime that, but Triceratops wasn't a horse either, Rain. Okay? It had those spines for defense, to make it hard to bite onto. But it's not hard to bite a unicorn because their horns on the top of their head. You just bite around it, no problem. It doesn't serve as armor. You can't pretend like what's armor on one creature and a sword on the other creature is the same thing. A unicorn's horn only serves purpose as an offensive weapon, not as a defensive weapon. Except for preventing people who aren't virgins from riding it. There is this cartoon, one of the animes that I watched, I don't remember which one, in which they have the opposite of a unicorn in it, which is a horse that only lets filthy sluts ride it. Which I thought was a pretty cool idea. It won't let any virgins ride it. You know what's funny is manatees, who have the closest thing in nature to a unicorn horn, also don't let virgins ride them. It's strange how the animal kingdom is so concerned with our sexuality, but they're really concerned with it. Elephants will stomp on you if you're a homosexual. Little known fact. They're judgy. Elephants are notoriously judgy. I agree with you, 3DR Nomad. That's the best interpretation of this. Apparently horses think if they eat enough carrots, it's going to grow their horn back. Those stupid horses. Don't they know anything? That's not how you grow horns, but that's what they think. Why? Because they're stupid horses, that's why. Fucking horses. Where do they get off being all equine like that? Get over yourself, horses. Get over yourself. For I replace you all with ostriches and llamas. I'll do it too. Yeah, sea elephants are the worst. Like, look, here's the deal. It's true that sea horses are better than land horses, but sea elephants are way worse even than land elephants, and land elephants are terrible. No, she's done no equine therapy. I'm pretty sure she's still a virgin, but we have to find a unicorn, a tunicorn, or a sea sloth to ride her. The boops is a species of sea bream fish native to the eastern Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Black Seas. The boops? Oh, okay, Rain. So I said they're called manatees, but they're not. What are the ones with the horns called? Narwhals. You were right, Rain. I called them manatees, but they're actually called narwhals. Shame on this guy right here. Because who was wrong? This guy right here. This guy was wrong. They're more narwhals, is what they're called. Thank you, Rain, for the correction. The cockchafer? There's a bug called a cockchafer? Boy. You know how we as children concluded that earwigs made you deaf? What would we conclude that a cockchafer does? I'm assuming we would conclude that it chafes your cock. What they do is they get in your pants and they rub not very soft material against your penis until it chafes. Oh, a junicorn. Unicorns are famous for lifting each other up on chairs at their bar mitzvahs, I believe. I went to my friend and former debater David Dosh's bar mitzvah when he was like 13 or 14. And they lifted him up on a chair. I thought, oh, that's kind of cool, I guess, as a party thing goes. You know, at this party, that guy over there, at some point, we're going to put him on a chair and we're going to lift it up over our heads. It's like, that's pretty cool ritual. All right, Jews. You made a good case. I'm considering joining your team. I wouldn't mind being lifted up on a chair at some point. I could imagine myself sitting in that chair. You're like, yeah, look at me. I'm up on top of everybody. I've seen pictures of capybaras. I've never seen an actual capybara in real life. I watch a cartoon that features a capybara in it, namely World Trigger. In World Trigger, the Takamono branch of the Border Patrol has basically two mascots, a young boy and his pet capybara. Oh, Lord, now. Narwhals may use their tusks to detect temperature, water pressure, particle gradients, and motion. Geez, Eric, if that doesn't give unicorns justification for having horns, then I don't know anymore. Well, what I would say about that is those things may be more necessary for water-dwelling creatures than land-dwelling creatures. No, it's actually not that case, Horse Mumbler. I've done a lot of research. So what it turns out is that serotonin syndrome symptoms usually go away within 1 to 3 days, unless you're on the specific SSRI that Rachel's taking, in which case they go away in 3 weeks. So it's important that you, and this is something I learned here, that you basically have to go look at the medical journals yourself. You can't trust any takeaways. You have to read you have to go to the citations and read the thing. Otherwise, you'll be getting some idiot's interpretation of things. It's unfortunate, but it's life. A tasseled wabagong is a carpet shark that looks as weird as its name, with a long flattened body patterned with colorful blotches and a fringe of tassels around its head. So the thing is, the reasoning for that, Horse Mumbler, is that Prozac, or fluoxetine, or whatever it's called, has a half-life of 2 weeks, and it prevents the serotonin syndrome from going away. And basically, since it has a half-life of 2 weeks, it's gone adequately at 3 weeks for you to say it's gone, basically. Because it's, at that point, you're talking about, you know, I guess, like 3/4 of a half. That should be sufficient. But the thing is, the problem with taking a drug like that as well is because of the long half-life, if the dosage isn't exactly precise, you could actually end up building up a quantity of it in your system. So, you know, it's unfortunate that it happened, obviously. But one thing I learned in researching it that I didn't know before, and I'm glad I know now, and I won't make this mistake again in the future, is that despite the fact that Adderall is a dopamine reuptake inhibitor, if you give somebody with serotonin syndrome or at risk for it Adderall, you will worsen their symptoms or potentially cause an onset of them. Because even though it's a dopamine reuptake inhibitor, it actually impacts serotonin quite a bit as well. So I didn't even know that prior to this experience. And she'd been taking Adderall occasionally. She doesn't really like it that much like I do. But there have been occasions where it's like, okay, well, let's have a big day of doing stuff, and she'd take one or something like that. Well, now I have to watch out for that, and she does too. And we're fortunate that even though she got what is called a major, so in other words, if you look at all the various levels of this, it's minor to medium, medium to major, major to life-threatening, and she's one step short of life-threatening. So it was very dangerous and very scary, and I didn't realize how dangerous and scary it was right away because I'm slow to convert to real action. It takes me a while to process things, you know, and to understand when something is serious enough that I need to treat it like we're going to nationals and I'm researching the topic for debate. And then I'll definitely be right about it, but it takes me a while to get to the spot where I realize I need to take this seriously and direct my full researching capacities towards it, my full understanding capacity towards it. Once I do that, then the problem solves probably, because after all, I'm on the job, you know. But it's hard to get me on the job. I see cognitive functions as parts only recognizable through their relationship, just like the universe at large. One can't understand one part without the rest and doesn't exist without each other. I agree with you that we run afoul of talking about things wrong when we try to isolate a function too much and say, without saying it's an expression of a certain axis. Now, not all things are like that in the universe, but cognitive function certainly is. There are things in which you can deal with them in isolation successfully, analytically, but consciousness isn't one of those things. It's more complicated than that. Is that the code for when your Coke dealer shows up? Hooray! That's the code? I don't really have a Coke dealer. I make jokes about cocaine, but I don't actually do it at all. I wouldn't want to do it. It's a dumb drug. Boy, these chat bots are really busting out all the stops, huh? I mean, a cognitive function is, as Dumb Genius is sort of indicating here, it is a description of how you relate to sensing and intuition functions, or it's a description of how you relate to thinking and feeling functions. So if I'm an NE-DOM, It's a description of my relationship with intuition versus sensing. That is to say, I'm prioritizing active, extroverted form of intuition at the expense of SISE. So it's like Peter didn't teach you, or somebody was telling me the other day that he was recommending I approach my kitty song shorts differently and spread them out more evenly. And then he said, but I get it. I'm trying to tell you to do TE. And I explained to him, no, you're trying to tell me to do SISE shit because I can't schedule them. You can't schedule shorts. So you're trying to say, make a bunch of them on your phone, but then remind yourself to upload them every 12 hours instead of all at once. That's SISE shit. Keep track of this and follow through on this plan for over time. That's not something that I'm happy doing, really, even though I in theory can. Right, well, like I said, functions, to say that somebody is using or having cognitive functions is a way of saying that an individual expresses as a relationship between intuition and sensing and a relationship between thinking and feeling. That's what a manifestation of a human being expressing as a human being in the world is. It's agency framed through intuition, sensing, thinking, and feeling. So the distinction between those modalities is absolutely justified by something concrete. Namely, if we wanted to try to deal with artifacts of people rather than people themselves, we can definitely interpret any given block of text as expressions of an individual and of an individual's relationship with intuition, sensing, thinking, and feeling. The way they advocate, the way they argue, etc., they're always either expressly or implicitly appealing to, upholding, and negating certain values. And those values, and the taxonomical realities of those, emerge from cognitive functions. So the thing is, if we wanted to not be divisive at all, or say things that shouldn't elicit any kind of pushback from anybody, we'd simply point out that human beings advocate with a finite number of values they can appeal to, and a finite number of modalities that justify things, and a set of specific ones. And it's limited, and you can't find any examples that don't fall into one of those categories. So it's like, that's pretty compelling. It's pretty compelling that we're on to something important here, that we can't find any bit of text that doesn't express as one of these 8 values. It doesn't fit under one of those categories, except potentially religious faith. I would say, you might say it's NI, but I don't think so. There are, SI tool people who are religious. My ESFJ ex-wife used to always say, everything happens for a reason. I would just be like, okay, what does that mean? What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Well, what she meant by it was, it's all part of God's plan. She was a believer of sorts, and bipolar. Wasn't super religious or anything. Didn't go to church, but if in fact she's bipolar, then that reality would seem to invalidate the notion that faith links directly to NI. You'd expect to see dramatically less religiosity in SI tool people, but There are other reasons why people are religious, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say. The point is, that's the one thing I can't really account for with cognitive functions is religious faith. It doesn't seem to link to it very much. But every other kind of word production is accounted for by cognitive functions. In other words, we can't find words that aren't an expression of upholding one of those values. I have to go pee now. Okay, so let me walk you through this process so that I don't exclude you from it. So what I've done now is I've removed my genitalia from my pants, and I'm dangling my member over this chamber pot. In a little while, you're going to enjoy the sound of my urine flowing from my body into the chamber pot in a delightfully satisfying fashion. Oh yeah, that's good. That's juicy. That's the juice of my bladder. Who would like a fresh squeezed glass of bladder juice? Anybody? Yeah, I could record it and use it as a sample in a song called Enlarged Prostate. If you think your prostate is large, maybe you had better listen. This is what it sounds like when your prostate is enlarged and your urine is glistening on the surface of the thing in which you be. Because your prostate's not as big as me. I've got a super enlarged prostate. Oh yeah. Tonight, all night, alright, girl, woman, child, baby, girl, all night till the morning light, yeah. Yes, I can, Jonathan Basanti, and I appreciate you asking for instructions. Step 1, remove genitals from pants. This is for males only. Step 2, stand over area where you want to pee. Step 3, relax the prostate to allow the urine to proceed down from the bladder through the penis channel into the thing you're going to pee in. Let the pee flow until it's done flowing. Shake. Is that 5 steps already? Oh no, I'm out of steps. Well, now you just have to walk around with your genitals out because I didn't account for you putting them back into your pants yet. So, Jonathan Basanti, you may have to go with a 6-step approach. Might be wiser. You don't want to get arrested for public nudity. One of the most horrific crimes a human being can commit. Public nudity. How dare you show your body to people? Shame on you so hard. What we all need to do is learn to shame harder. So, who wants shaming lessons? I can instruct you how to shame in exactly 5 steps. 1, get mad. 2, have the person you're mad at not listen to you. 3, complain about it to Rachel. 4, go on the internet. 5, shame the living fuck out of them. Exactly 5 steps. Eric, are you sure you really provided instruction on shaming? The actual bulk of the shaming, you just said to shame. You didn't provide any instruction on how to do it. Oh, well, you gotta say, you gotta wag your finger a lot. You gotta use a contemptuous tone. I do not have any idea why you are so horrible. Like that, you know. Well, what you want to do, Jonathan Basanti, is you want to, step 1, leave your house. Step 2, be wearing pants when you leave your house. Step 3, go to a public place. Step 3, remove your pants. Step 4, remove your underpants. Step 5, dance around until arrested. Although you're not necessarily going to be arrested. I don't know if you guys have ever seen any of those pornography videos where the person is, the people are having in a public place. Have you ever seen one of those? It's like people walking by. What are you guys doing? They might see you. No, that's very exciting to us. That's why we're having sexual intercourse outside, they say. Right. Well, you know, who am I to talk shit? I'm watching this. Who am I to talk shit? I'm the one who's chosen this video, so I should just enjoy it. I should just sit back, relax, and enjoy the storyline. Enjoy the character development, the dialogue, and the storyline. That's how to really get the most out of your porn. When I settle down to watch a pornography movie, I want them to take their time developing the storyline. I want to really know what motivates these characters to ee-oo. Is it passion for the truth? Is it justice? Is it a desire to be seen having sex in public? Which of those things could it be? You know, I provide instruction and those sort of things. That's why people come to me when they don't have any other answers. Nobody else knows the answer to something. They know that no matter how ridiculous the question, Eric will pretend like he knows the answer to it. And that's really all people want. They want a nice, firm, certain delivery. This is how it is. That's it. Then they don't have to think about it anymore. Okay, yeah, that's your problem, Jonathan. That's your problem. Another possible problem is you might be wearing a onesie. That can be a substantial barrier to successfully exposing yourself, especially if it's zipped in the back. So I do want to stress: remember to check to make sure you're not wearing your onesie when you go outside when you're planning to do this, because that will interfere. You even told you have a confident handshake. We're not allowed to shake hands anymore, at least us. That's how you give people COVID. What do you think of people fully clothed at a nude beach? They either just got there or just getting ready to leave? Is that what I think they're doing? Is that what you mean? Or why would they be there fully clothed, or why would they go to a nude beach? I guess, there aren't any mandatory nude beaches, are there? Isn't nudity an option at some beaches rather than a requirement? And if you want to go be naked at the beach, then you can't complain if people want to go look at you when you're naked at the beach. Because you could always, if you don't want to be exposed to people at the beach, you could always put your clothes on. Yeah, but we don't want pervs taking pictures of us while we're being pervy out here at the beach. Don't forget, nudists, there's something inherently pervy about you wanting to walk around naked all the time. So stop it. Stop. Don't pretend like you're not being pervy and they are. This random chick in the psych ward also said you had the best voice, which is a super unique compliment. Are you a singer? I want to hear your voice. Maybe I want you to sing something for me. And then you'd have to do it because I wanted it. And that's the rule. Oh, fuck. I gotta spend the whole weekend working for Eric. Why? He asked me to. Is he paying you anything? No. But, it's Eric, so I have to. You're an alto. That's cool. That's good. It's a good pitch range. When I was a kid, I was a soprano. Not a lot of alto chicks, but there are some. I mean, it's great because the thing about if you're mixing and recording voices, female voices are a little harder to mix and record because they've got less bottom end, and so you may need to do less EQing to get them to stand out, but you need to do more EQing to get them to not overrun the listener fatigue frequency ranges. An alto chick is a natural solution to that. You don't have to do anything then. You just let her voice be in the right frequency range pocket for your mix. It's like, it's not that you shouldn't include sopranos, but then you have to do a little bit more work on their vocals to make them fit in the mix. Like Rachel's probably a mezzo soprano. Or mezzo. When I was a kid, I think I heard it mezzo, but they were actually saying mezzo. That's where I heard about alto soprano stuff. When I was in the boys' choir, that's how come I know about that kind of stuff. There was also a men's choir that occasionally would gather together some of the fathers to do the bass parts when we had a big performance. So, we learned about tenors and baritones and stuff like that as well. I guess they were just saying mezzo soprano, but when I was a little kid, I never saw it spelled. I just heard them saying it, so I thought it was mezzo. The thing is, I'm much more impressed by the nude people at the fully clothed beach. Because it makes more sense to be nude at the beach than it does to be fully clothed. But it probably makes most sense to wear a bathing suit. The nice thing about bikinis is, you get to be pervy, and they don't get to say, "Stop staring at my naked body." You see? Like, Delilah's boyfriend, Elliot, he lives over by the beach. And at least until Delilah, not that long ago, hurt her knee at the beach, they would go there fairly often. I'm convinced the main reason Elliot wants to go to the beach with Delilah is because he gets to be seen with her in a bathing suit in a bikini. So everyone's like, how did that guy get that chick? Because she's fucking popping, It's like she's got the body that other women say, that's not a realistic body. That's not possible. She's got that body. Big ass, boobs, like that, She gives other women body image issues. But Elliot's no, stud guy or Chad or whatever at all. He's an ISTJ neckbeard. So, yeah, he loves going to the beach with Delilah, I'm sure. He just wallows in that really simplistic 7th slot FE. Janice Megan, let me just say thank you so much for visiting the live stream today. You are the kind of fan that I want to get more of. People who are really hugely into vo.fyi. You're staying up. You should have already been to bed and gotten back up again. You're doing it wrong, Jordan Valley. You are doing it wrong. Either that or you live in one of those make-believe places that has a different time zone. There's a lot of people who live in places where it's harder to keep track of the time than it is here. Because right here, I always know what time it is. It's 8:25 a.m. and that's what time it actually is. And it looks like it's 8:25 a.m. But let's say you're in Japan right now. It's still 8:25 a.m., but it doesn't probably look like that for you. It looks like the middle of the night. Time zones are the lie that people in other parts of the world tell me to explain why they don't think it's the right time. Arizona time. Arizona has its own time. Good for you, Arizona time. 5:25. No, it's not. You're using that time zone lie on me, Jordan. You think it's 5:25 because you don't want to spend the little amount of energy and attention it takes to keep track of what time it actually is. Namely, 8:25. If it's 5:25, why are you still awake? You almost got me to hide you. That's pretty funny, though, Aaron. I gotta say, that's a pretty funny joke. You were the 48th state? Hey, that's pretty good. You got in just ahead of Hawaii and Alaska. Alaska and Hawaii, more properly. I want to go to Alaska. I want to like stay in a cabin in remote Alaska for like 2 weeks. And just basically wait for Sasquatch. That's my plan. I want to wait for Sasquatch in a cabin in the Alaskan wilderness for 2 weeks. Constantly looking at my watch. Come on, where are you? Well, if it's any consolation, Elise S., I don't think those rankings mean anything. If people actually cared about education at all, they'd get rid of site schools, like classrooms. And everybody has to go here all day, go to this place all day. They'd get rid of that because there's no reason for it. And now there's no way any education professional can even claim that there is a need for it because they spend all that time doing remote learning. Age segregation. Yeah. It's really what it is. School is just egg segregation. Let's segregate the eggs from the chickens is what I say. But the best name for school is youth prison camp. At youth prison camp, we try to force people to learn things that they don't want to learn. Hi, Bubbles. Oh, Bubbles, what a handsome devil you are. I don't know if any of you saw it, but I made a kitty song video, not with Capillo, but featuring Bubbles yesterday, also known as Trouble, called Sweet Talkin' Stray. Hang around every day. You want to hump my cat, but you know she's not having that. Sweet talking guy, talking sweet kind of lie. Don't you believe in him? If you do, he'll make you cry. He'll send you flowers and paint the town with another girl. He's a sweet talking guy, my kind of guy, my kind of guy. Sweeter than sugar, ooh, kisses like wine. Don't let him under your skin, 'cause you'll never win. He'll send you flowers and paint the town with another girl. He doesn't want to be adopted. He and I have a consensual adult relationship in which I feed him. And either of us can exit this relationship at any time. I'm not going to because I get that he's used to me feeding him. But he can if he chooses. And I have shut him off before when he started being too pushy with Capillo. And trying to think like, okay, this is my house now. I'm going to make Capillo go over there. No, this is Capillo's house, not yours, Trouble. So, no. Don't you get uppity about it. It's like, I'm the only one who Trouble can really trust because my dad thinks we should capture him and get him fixed. No, we should not do that. And somebody else here says we should just adopt him for... Oh, Boba Fett says adopt him, for fuck's sake. He doesn't want to be adopted. He's a full-grown adult cat who's got his own life and his own things going on. Yes, he's a sprayer. And yes, I have to wash off his spray from the deck occasionally. That's okay. I can live with that. I can't live with him acting like he owns the place and PP has to listen to him. But that's not how it is now, because we made that clear to him. So now when Capillo goes outside and sits on a chair, she might sit fairly close to him, but he's going to be lower than she is. He's got to sit on the deck and she'll sit on the chair. And that's just, they seem to have worked this out among themselves. I don't know. And also, Trouble, sometimes Capillo will be in here and sitting by this glass door over here, and Trouble will be on the other side of the glass door sitting, and they're just sitting together, but they've got a glass door between them. So it's like Capillo doesn't really trust the cat, and when she goes outside, she looks around to see if he's around, because she's a little bit like skittish about him, but she's also friends with him, so it's weird. And she's friends with Peter. Peter is adopted. He gets fed by me twice a day, Boba Fett. He's not eating rats, okay? He gets fed iams twice a day. And if I don't, I get an earful of meows from him. I accidentally hid you, Jack. I didn't mean to hide you. I meant to time you out, okay? And you can thank Winston's mom for intervening on your behalf, because I didn't notice, or I did sort of notice. I wonder if I hid him, because it says hidden. It doesn't say timed out. But then I kind of forgot about it. It apparently doesn't. I don't think YouTube censors the word retarded in the chat because I can see it right there. Feasibility of global psyop? I mean, everybody's doing it continually. So my channel is a global psyop by me on the world to try to get them to understand things. And various organizations all have their agendas that they wish to make into the dominant narrative, and they're all pushing those narratives. Some people have unfair access to to better control over the narrative, but ultimately, everybody who's trying to control the narrative is reliant on getting people to listen to them, and or the worst kind of technique, which is muddying the waters. So I do firmly believe that, like the CIA and organizations like that, purposely publish disinformation campaigns to muddy waters about things that they don't want people to have clarity about. I believe that's the case. But, like, I'm pretty sure... I'm of the opinion, anyway, although I can't establish it definitively, that in the aftermath of 9/11, American intelligence agencies published lots of disinformation to muddy the waters, to make it impossible for anybody to draw, to make a sustainable case that, in fact, it was an inside job, without first getting over the hurdle of idiots on your side. So if the CIA publishes a bunch of stuff by apparent idiots supporting the truth, makes it a lot harder for smart people to get others to listen to them about the truth. This is one of the things that frustrates me about COVID and stuff, right? It's, yeah, people are correct to be really angry about COVID policies. And yeah, it makes things a lot harder when you're angry for bullshit reasons. Because then when I start explaining the truth to people, I have to start with this team thing. Okay, you might think I'm on this team over here, but remember, I'm not on a team. I'm just speaking what's correct about stuff. And unfortunately, what's correct, you're going to associate with a team, and whatever, that's unavoidable. But double, unfortunately, both teams have idiots. And both teams have a tendency to always respond to the idiots of the other team, not to the smart people. So, the more idiocy there is out there, the less people are able to listen to smart things because they keep conflating correctness with one team or the other, I agree with Elise and Jack. That's my position on it as well. But I can't sustain that claim that it was definitely, okay? You're right, Jack. It's not NE-ish, it was FI-ish. You really made my experience unpleasant yesterday. And you were the driving force behind that because you are the most guilty of those kind of ridiculous statements that you just made. That my need depletion is very un-NE-ish and a downer. Well, that's the point, is I get to find things to be a downer too. And I found you to be a downer, a super huge downer yesterday. Because you're very insistent, but you don't listen to me at all. And you don't respond to what I'm saying. So, when you started in again this morning with your normal, chip on your shoulder shit, I went straight to time you out because I wasn't going to have it. I didn't want you to ruin another live stream. For me. Not for everybody else, just for me. It's an FI thing. I want to enjoy myself here, not have a shitty time. It was 2 bombs, Boba Fett. It was 2 bombs. Okay? It wasn't just little man, there was also big boy. What land is tainted? Japan from the Enola Gay's bomb dropping behaviors? I don't think that land is tainted in Japan anymore. Those bombs weren't that big, and that radioactivity is probably mostly gone by now. And despite the fact that the things that get all the coverage about Chernobyl are the mutations and stuff, in fact, the vast majority of the ecosystem around Chernobyl is thriving despite the radiation. And certainly it's not caused any speciation or anything like that we would conclude that mutation, some in the past have falsely concluded mutation is responsible for, Well, at least there were a shit tons of underground tests in Nevada that you're not accounting for. So it's not just the Trinity test that is responsible for radiation in Nevada. Tsar Obama is one of the most interesting stories of human history, right? Tsar Obama, 80 megatons? 80 million pounds of TNT's worth of explosion. It blew up so big that 600 miles away it was breaking windows, stuff like that. Wow. Personality mutation through environmental pressure like job requiring social interactions. I don't think your personality really mutates. I think to the extent that you're being asked to do things that you're not attentionally suited for, you become distressed. A person in distress behaves differently than a person not in distress. And if you are distressed too much of the time without adequate de-stressing things, then you become stressed, right? So, the types that are most likely to end up adapting to a job despite their cognitive function inadequacy for it are INFJs. I typed an INFJ not that long ago, and then I had a second session with him because he had some more questions and stuff. And he ran, of all things, a company that did some kind of installing of like solar and stuff like that. And how did he successfully run that job, do that stuff? How would an INFJ be in such a TE thing? Well, he's basically the business owner, and he hired various people, and he put them in the right jobs, and now he's just sort of an overseer of the whole thing. It began when he went to take a specific class for a specific kind of product that taught him how to install and blah, 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 this stuff. And then after that, he started segueing into delegating all the things that he wasn't good at. But most people aren't that adaptive. My friend Corey, INFJ, he was a senior manager at Earthlink. You wouldn't think that kind of tech stuff is suitable for TE Polar. But no, I don't know what happened there, Rain. I'm not sure what happened. When I uploaded it, I didn't even know until a couple days later or a day later or something that it didn't have any video on it. I didn't even see that when I uploaded it. I must have messed up the recording of it, is what I guess happened. In other words, I must have accidentally hit the eyeball here on window capture, such that when I went to make the video, instead of showing the window that showed us, it just looked like this. But it still recorded the audio, you know. But the thing is, once I started the recording, I probably minimized the window in which I could see that it wasn't recording anything, and just didn't notice until I asked Oliver Linehand, "Hey, can you see anything, or is this just all audio?" And he informed me, no, he couldn't see anything either. Yeah, it was an accident. And then I put my hilarious joke up, but somebody complained. Somebody said that they could still see the lady, so I took it down. My hilarious joke being the lady said, I asked her, so, well, I do think I have physical sensations with the emotion fear. Okay, well, what are those? Well, I feel really flushed and a ringing in my ears. Are you sure you're not just standing next to a heater and bells and a heater? It was a great joke. I was so proud of myself when I said it. But I was so proud of myself when I said it that even though I didn't make any note of it at the time, I noted to myself, at the very end of this, ask her if you can excerpt that joke, because that's pretty snappy. Somebody tells you, yeah, I have experienced physical sensations with fear. I feel flush, hot, ringing in my ears. Maybe you're just standing next to bells and a heater. It's a great joke. But I guess I didn't blur enough or something. They said, I can still see what she looks like. I said, yeah, but I mean, could you pick her out of a lineup? And they said, yes, they could. And so I said, well, maybe I should delete this. I mean, I've never tried to censor a video with the censor thing in Windows Movie Maker until I did that yesterday. Windows Movie Maker, which is the app I use to do videos, it only costs $10. And it's a really good app, actually. I mean, it does all kinds of shit. It's not super robust like Premiere Pro or something, which I used to use. But you can see all the things you can do here. So the reason I did it the way I did it was because I thought, well, okay, here's a video where I'm supposed to blur out somebody's face or whatever. And there's this tool here called Censor Video that I've never used before. So why don't I try using that? And it does let you adjust the pixel size and make it either pixelated or blurred. And I was trying to make it pixelated, but still make it seem like a person was there visually. And I guess I didn't make the pixel size big enough, or maybe I should have chosen blur and blurred it a bunch. But anyway, this was the first time I'd ever used that tool. But you can see here these tools. It's got I use this thing to extract photos from videos all the time. I use it to trim videos so that you can make them shorter without re-encoding them at a lower resolution or compressing them at all. I use this to overlay videos occasionally. So if you want to have a video going in a box on top of another video, you can do that in this. And when you actually start a new project here, oh wait, that won't work to push it from there. When you actually start a new project, then what happens is there's more tools that you can use for once you're in the project. So this is a bunch of tools you can use. You don't have to start a new project to use. Like, I don't have to open a new project to split a video if I just want to split it once. I don't have to open a new project to crop a video, although I could do it in the new project thing. But that's one thing I like about this app is it's super compartmentalized. So if I know what I want to do and it's not that big of a deal, I don't even have to deal with it in this interface here. They have a separate interface just for that one quick job I want to do. So I really like that aspect of it. And it's great at converting too. The file converter is a separate app that operates independently of the main app. So just like in Premiere Pro. So if you see this, then like if I wanted to do different things to this video or whatever, I could go here and I could rotate and flip, I could enhance, I could split it into a bunch of pieces and throw out little pieces of it, I could put text over it, I could put a photo over it, I could put a sound overlay, I could crop it, I could rotate, flip it, you know, so it does everything you need to do, and it even has a separate soundtrack channel. So if when I make music videos, I put the soundtrack in and just mute this here, like I turn this all the way down, and then I put the soundtrack in, and then, you know, so it's a good app. It's when I first got it, I thought, I don't like this as much as the old Windows Movie Maker interface. But now that I've gotten used to it and realized what they did, which is they put everything in its own compartment to make things easier for you as a video producer rather than easier for you as the user of a robust app. I'd rather it be lean than robust as long as it does everything I need to do. Since I rarely have more than one audio channel besides the one that's on the video, which is the only real, if I wanted to use Premiere Pro and I felt like I needed to use it, it would probably be because I had more than one audio channel I wanted to mix into it. But even then, why not just mix the audio in the audio app? So I can just mix the audio in Audacity and bring it as a single audio file instead of mixing it in app. And in fact, things get really slow and ponderous when you start having multiple audio files and a big video file in Premiere Pro, and then you gotta operate on like a low resolution version of the thing and set up this. It's just complicated, you know. Now, somebody said, is personality formed in childhood or is it largely genetic? I don't have an answer to that, unfortunately. I will say that to the best of my knowledge, and I affirm the fact that this is likely to be the case, that children are either born with their personality or they develop it very early in childhood before they learn to talk. That's what I believe to be the case. I don't have any explanation as to why people are born that way. I don't know if it's genetic per se. If it were truly genetic, then identical twins should always have the same personality, but they don't. So we can eliminate the idea that it's simply genetic. One other possibility would be in utero hormones having some impact on it. But even then, you still expect to see identical twins getting the same wash of hormones and they have the same personality. So it's hard to explain what's going on there. GarageBand 2006. You talking about the site GarageBand in 2006? The website? In 2006, I was still active on the old GarageBand.com website before Apple took the name for their audio app. GarageBand.com sold their name to Apple for so that Apple could name their audio app that, and it was around the same time that GarageBand.com died. Because there used to be this website called GarageBand, which I was very, very active on. Uploading a bunch of songs and things, and they competed against other songs. Like, people would listen to two songs and say which one they thought was better, using something called the Lazarum Preference Engine, which successfully demonstrated the idea that the best way to rank things is by pitting them directly against one another, one at a time, two at a time. That like the best way to rank things is tournament style. But the problem that GarageBand had is that almost all of its users were haters because they were all musicians and they didn't want other people's stuff to be good. They wanted their own stuff to be good. So there was this powerful desire by people who uploaded their own shit to shit on other people's stuff that was a potential threat to their success of their stuff. And that basically made it impossible for the Lazarum Preference Engine to work as it's supposed to, because there wasn't any consumer end of the thing. The idea of GarageBand was that we're going to attract musicians to upload stuff and, listeners, critics, to come decide what's good and critique it and write reviews and stuff. The fungibility of mature personality, I have no idea what that means. I haven't the slightest idea what that means. I don't think it means anything, I'm pretty sure. You might want to check if you're using the right word there. My childhood seems like it would be conducive to becoming my type, but it required the type be formed in the first 6 or 7 years, not before speaking. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm pretty convinced that my own daughter was an ESTP pretty much right from birth. For example, in the hospital, we got stuck waiting to leave the hospital because Delilah wouldn't go pee. She was ignoring her SI at birth until a nurse put her leg under some warm running water. Then finally, whoosh, and we were able to go home. Fungus ability. The fungus ability of it? What is that? I still don't know what that means. Its ability to grow in moist places? Moist, dark places? I'm not sure what you mean. Its spore-like nature? Its ability to harm respiration in people? I don't know what you mean. FLFTW. You'll never touch another sequencer again. Who's FLFTW? I mean, the thing is, Legends Fall, that was not the case at all for Delilah. And in some ways, Delilah may end up showing, but I guess you would say, a more ENTP-ish display of ESTP than some other ESTPs, just because she was raised by me and she had to argue about everything all the time. But, it's like, one thing that being a parent taught me is, you can't shape your baby. You just can't. It's not possible. Adaptability. The adaptability of mature personality. Well, I mean, I think all growth via cognitive functions comes via transcending your reflexes. So, an example of this is how the other day I chose not to get up and clean up Rachel's puke for her because of cognitive function understanding. She had puked over the railing and then walked back towards the house. I got up to go clean up I was about to get up to go clean up the puke, and I said, you know what? I bet she's walking around there to clean it up herself because of FE Tool and SI 8th. Being an SI person myself, if I feel shitty enough, I'll put it off to clean it up till later. I'm just like, I feel shitty right now. Everybody else needs to accommodate me. And that's totally fine. I would expect the same thing from her. But I used my brain instead of my projection, and I said, I bet she's actually going to walk around there and wash it off herself, given that she's FE Tool and SI8, and I was right, you know? It turned out that she did walk around there and squirt it off herself, and I didn't need to get up and go clean it up. So that's an example of my reflexive FE third, which is, I'll be a team player. My reflexive TI operational value, it doesn't really matter if it's fair to me or not, because who cares? And all that stuff. Instead of going with my reflexive response, I said, hold on, I understand better than that. Let me see if I can not be just reflexively Eric-y all the time. It's hard to come up with examples like that. Even though I'm looking for examples like that, I don't find very many of them. Now, I'm going to disagree with Migity, who said everything's a mix of nature and nurture. Not true. Or only sort of true. Everything's a mix of nature and nurture. Correct, if you think of everything as a whole thing. But any specific thing may be almost entirely nature or almost entirely nurture. And so it's a mistake to think that personality, for example, is a mix of nature and nurture. It's not. It's nature. It's definitely all nature and no nurture. Now, whether or not you become a healthy, realized, actualized, effective, optimized, or whatever you want to call it, manifestation of that type, that has to do with nurture. It has probably a lot to do with nurture. But your actual type has nothing to do with it. So, voila. Voila, Jack. That's what you're talking about, and I will spell it for you as well. It's a French word. There you go. Voila. So I have a poop coming. It's building in my butt. Well, Peter didn't teach you. That's not the case either, right? Some things are all nature, and some things are all nurture, and some things are a mix. I mean, the thing is, what working with foster kids should have proved to you, Elise S., is not that environment nurture impacts us a lot more than we think, but rather that you need a minimum. You need certain minimums in an environment in order to thrive. And if you don't have those minimums, you can't thrive. And if you don't thrive during your youth in certain ways, if you can't be you safely during your youth, it will damage that person for the rest of their life. Yes, fetal alcohol syndrome is all nurture. That's called bad nurture. How can you have a moment when you're not who you are and only be who you were raised to be? Have BPD, spend almost all of your time in your most intimate relationships doing exactly that. You know, you aren't naturally an incredibly shitty person. Your childhood destroyed your ability to trust. But let's get back to my poop. We were talking about my poop, and that's pretty important. It's gathering into a coronal mass that will soon be ejected from the sun, causing solar winds and electromagnetic pulses everywhere in the universe. And it's going to be so satisfying. I can feel it bringing weight into from my lower intestine down towards my colon. Coalescing is a good word for it. Yeah, it's coalescing into the event horizon of my anus. You could say that poop is your body's Hawking radiation. And my Hawking radiation is eager to escape the event horizon. Let's talk a little bit about terminal velocity. My poop, when I'm done conglomerating it, also an excellent term, Rain, thank you for that. When I'm done conglomerating it in my butthole, it will eventually drop from my butthole into the toilet water. But I can promise you, during the course of that fall, it will not attain terminal velocity. And the reason is because of the curve for terminal velocity. It goes like this. So, it's really easy to get most of the way to terminal velocity, but those last 10% take a lot longer than the first 90%. It's what do they call that in math? When something is always approaching zero, infinitively closer, but never quite getting there? What's that called in math? Math people. Math person. Tell me what that's called again. It's a certain kind of, curve. What's that called again? There you go. Rain said it. It's asymptote. Asymptote. Oh, it's the case here. Because we're talking about the terminal velocity of my poop falling from my butthole into the water. And I'm saying it's not going to reach terminal velocity because it's not going to be falling for long enough. Remember, terminal velocity is a relationship between the surface area of an object, the power of gravity pulling down, and the resistance of the atmosphere. Asymptote. Why is there a P in there then, Rain? Where's the P? Asymp. There's a P there. I see it with my eyes. Is it a silent P? I thought we agreed we were going to get rid of all silent P's. So yeah, I'm not lying when I say there is zero chance of my poop reaching terminal velocity. Zero chance. Because the reason is, my toilet seat is not far enough away from the water in the toilet. It would have to be probably 10,000 feet, maybe 5,000 feet. How long do you think it would take my poop to reach terminal velocity if I pooped from the sky? Assuming it's pointing down in the most aerodynamic fashion. I'm going to say 10 seconds. I think it's going to take my poop 10 seconds to reach terminal velocity. Assume I'm elevated on a hot air balloon with a hole in the bottom of it. I'm squatting over that hole and I'm pooping out from the bottom of the hot air balloon. How high do I have to be up to guarantee that my poop hits terminal velocity before it hits the ground? Now that's the kind of question that I wanted to see on my math test. At least it's interesting. I'm curious about it. It's like the question that I Googled last night. If you jump off a cliff on the moon, would the fall kill you? And the answer is, at a rate of 6 times higher than Earth, yes. And in fact, if you get higher than 6 times higher than Earth, it gets worse, not better. Because there's no atmosphere on the moon, there's no terminal velocity. That's why I researched terminal velocity last night too. Because I'm watching this K-drama called Silent Sea, which is about this Korean space team that's sent out to this moon base in this dystopian future in which Earth has lost all of its water. And so the moon base in the show is positioned on the rim of a crater. And, they're always worried about, well, not always, but in this one episode, when the guy has to go outside to fix something, there's a concern about him falling. I thought, well, I know that looks like a high up cliff, but I wonder how high up a cliff would have to be for you to hurt yourself when you fall. It turns out that it's basically whatever the height of a fall will kill you on Earth, 6 times higher than that will kill you on the moon. But once you get up to a certain height, then it'll actually kill you more on the moon than it would on Earth. Because there's no atmosphere to slow your falling down. There's no atmosphere to create a viscosity that generates terminal velocity. Isn't that interesting? If train A is leaving Chicago at 6 a.m. moving at 30 miles per hour and poop leaves my butt at 8 p.m. at 9.8 miles per second squared, how long will it take for me to wash my hands? Gradients of death, right. Well, put it this way. It's like a famous biologist once said, on Earth, if you drop a mouse down 1,000-foot shaft, it'll hit the ground with a bit of a disgruntled squeak and walk away. If you drop a rat down 1,000-foot shaft, it'll die. If you drop a human down 1,000-foot shaft, it'll smash him up. And if you drop a horse down 1,000-foot shaft, it'll splatter in a puddle because of the curve of size and falling. So this is true even though it's also true that things that weigh more don't fall faster. It's just that it's just that the atmosphere has less impact on the falling body. Hey, Peter and TG, are you trying to condemn me to a multi-piece poop? I'm hoping for a one-piecer still. I mean, that's when you really don't care about somebody, is when you tell them, I hope your poop is soft and in many pieces this morning. You're really mad at somebody when you tell them that. May you never have a single piece poop again. That's like a curse that nobody wants to be cursed for. In the olden days, when people used to do a lot of curses and stuff, some unlucky cursed person got that curse, and they and all their generational families forever more after have always been cursed with multi-piece poops. It's because heavier things require more speed in order to be counterbalanced by the collisions against air molecules. The faster you go, the more molecules you collide with per unit time. Okay, well, I don't really understand what that means per se, in the issue of dropping horses and things down 1,000-foot shafts, but I do get that because I'm so heavy. If I fall onto the ground from 1,000 feet, all that weight has momentum, you know? When the force is equal to your weight, then you stop accelerating. Right, okay, so, I mean, the thing is, with a mouse falling and going like this with their arms and legs out, they're going to be slowed adequately by the air, I guess, to survive that fall. At least that's what I read on Wikipedia. I mean, and I'm a big believer in Wikipedia. I think it's a more reliable source than the vast majority of sources. But it's not 100% perfect, so maybe Wikipedia was wrong. I believe it. It seems sensible to me. It's funny how here I am 50 years old learning about terminal velocity. Like, why didn't I already learn this? I don't know. I never had something that made me curious to Google it before. Or maybe I did learn some information about it that were relevant to what I was Googling, but I didn't really look into it until last night. Well, there you go. See, Jack, this is the problem. Some other Eric Strauss has a Wikipedia page, but not me. Nobody wrote a Wikipedia page about me, even though I'm super, super important. It's like, wow. I guess people really don't care about saving the universe. You know, I want to appeal to all the utopians out there. We're this close to utopia. All it takes is 6 billion more people listening to Eric. I don't even need the billion newborns and stuff to listen. They can wait till they're older. I never saw that movie in the 90s. Dr. Eric Strauss is an orthopedic surgeon who specializes in sports medicine in New York, New York. Well, Boba Fett, let me tell you, as somebody who has an account, I forget what that thing is called, but there's this service that basically archives, keeps track of, and links scholarly papers to individuals, and it keeps asking me, did you write this thing? Did you write this thing? And the answer to all of them is no. But most of them are medical things, so probably that guy wrote some of them, you know. Well, one thing I've learned from Cobra Kai is that Bloodsport looks like an absolutely fucking terrible movie. Although it is featured prominently in one episode of Cobra Kai, season 4, it does not look like a good movie. Escape velocity. Escape velocity I already knew about. I knew about escape velocity because I learned that as a kid and it stuck with me or something. I said to Rachel the other day, for somebody who talks so much shit about school, I sure do remember a lot of things I learned in school and use them in various ways. But, you know, the thing is, a grand amount of the stuff that are school kind of things that I've learned, I just learned myself on the internet afterwards, like about terminal velocity last night, you know? And it would be fair for people to go, gosh, Eric, how could you not know about that until last night? Well, I don't know. I never had a reason to look it up. That's all. But I really like things that link to kinds of curves. I think kinds of curves is super important. Like, if we're talking about global warming, for example, the conversation should begin with what kind of curve is it? You know, what kind of curve is the relationship between increased carbon and increased warming? How weird is it that that's never been addressed? I remember when the topic first came out, it was addressed specifically through that frame as the risk of runaway greenhouse effect. But there wasn't any discussion even then about what other curves might it be besides, accelerating returns. It could be decelerating returns. Your daughter was super keen to start school, yet you worry. Well, depending on what type your daughter is, she may be incredibly well suited for school. ESFJs probably can't conceive of a world that does education without socialization. And ESFJs usually are very happy and successful at school because it's structured so that they can TE it when they don't want to TI it. It depends on your daughter, Jordan. That's what I would say. Is people always think they're they know best for their child. It's usually not the case. Do you want to go to school or not? Do you want to homeschool? It's a good question to ask your child. If they're FI polar, they might not know. If they're wise, they might say, "What do you think?" But they may have a strong opinion about it either way. And that's kind of the key thing, is teaching your child to express what they want and to assume that it's valid and that the other person has the burden to explain to them why what they want's not okay. It's a good lesson to teach your kids. What do you want to do? Do you want to go to school, or you want to be homeschooled, or you want to not do any schooling at all? Because right now, unfortunately, in the status quo, if you choose school, you're going to be informed by all those people that it doesn't matter what you think. And I want to tell you right now that it's the most important thing of all, what you want and what you think. And just because you're young, that you still have that same fundamental human quality, that it matters more what you genuinely want, what's authentically legitimate for you, etc., than it does what other people think about that. After all, only you is you. So I'm the type of kid who years after would say, "I wish you hadn't asked me to choose and made me choose. I didn't know any better." Then the question would have been asked incorrectly. You should ask the question by saying, "Look, it's quite possible that you don't have a strong opinion about this. And just because I'm asking you a question doesn't mean you need to answer it. So what I'm saying is, if you decide you have a clear position on this, or if you decide you really don't like going to school and you find it unpleasant and you don't want to go back there, then say that, and that should decide the matter." And unfortunately, nobody else is going to tell you this, child, but it is absolutely the case. So we'll send you to school, maybe, and we'll see how you like it. Okay? If you're gonna go try it out at all, you have to try it out for a certain period of time. You can't just quit first day or whatever, because I understand that it takes a while sometimes. Well, when I'm using the word vector, I'm referring to basically a channel of agency. That an object is an agent that can't take independent action. An agent is an object that can take independent action. A vector is a channel through which action is taken, basically. Now, when we say action, that's too broad. That's not a good term. I guess we'd better say a channel via, in other words, it represents the dynamic part of the attention. And the reason I use that term is because vectors require at least two things, one of which is changing. Well, is there an ideal age range for this scenario, Jack asks. I mean, again, that has to be... the whole idea here is that you teach individuals when they're young that they have ownership over themselves and what they do and what happens to them, and that they're not of their majority yet. So you're there to make sure you preserve for them their long-term ability to do so. Which means, I know you just want to sit here and eat candy all day and play video games, but I need to think somewhat as your parent about whether or not, how useful, or whether or not this time and energy you feel like directing towards Mia is doing an adequate job of preserving your long-term ability to be an agent. So it's a tough line to walk, right? We need to both tell the kids right away from birth, practice owning yourself, but recognize that you don't actually have full ownership of yourself yet until you're 18 years old. And my job is to teach you how to own yourself. Okay. Okay, fine. There are two kinds of objects. One of them can take independent action, and that is called an agent. Fair enough. I started at the wrong side. Yeah, I get you, Rain. It is in fact the case that agent is a subset of the word of objects. Now, I also use the word object to mean objects that aren't agents, and that's why it's a little confusing. So there should be another word there. Objects include both agents and non-agent objects or something. But I don't have that other word, so I was unclear about what the set and what the member of the set were there. Sorry about that. My bad. And it is true that I use some of my little terms that I use in my ways, and I don't necessarily always do a great job of defining them. The thing is, when I'm choosing a term, I'm choosing it because it conveys something that is conveyed by that term, but it may not be conveying that same thing in the conventional sense of the usage. So yeah. And vector is a math word, right? I'm basically saying a vector is like a road, and an object's like a rock on the road, and a car is like driving down the road is like an agent executing along a vector, something like that. So I mean, at the end of the day, all cognitive function stuff boils down to modeling with, in the same way that you model anything, which is with objects, fields, right, and a grammar to it, which I call vectors, but you could call something else if you wanted to, which is to say a mechanics of operationalizing as something that can take action within a system, When you are effortlessly correct. Thing is, I'm not effortlessly correct. It's just that it doesn't really feel like work to me to do the effort I'm putting into it, but I do shit tons and shit tons of research. I'm just reading shit or whatever, chasing rabbit holes or something, but I'm much more well-read and researched than people think. It's just because I don't spend my time quoting other people or making citations. People think that I'm just coming up with it all on the fly or something. Not the case at all. I spend a lot of time reading random shit. So, like, this discussion of terminal velocity, That happens to be this morning's, yesterday, like 6 hours ago, I learned. But every day is chock full of things like that. So, people don't get that being right goes along with this naturally occurring behavior called constantly learning things. But it's not, I don't consider it effort, really. It's what I feel like doing. So it's a tricky question. And I acknowledge I'm not a math guy. That people who can do like super calculusy things and stuff are probably smarter than me. You know, Sky Gear and Rain, Evelyn, Horse Mumbler when he's not being fussy. All these people are, in every way that I consider important, smarter than me. But they're much less YouTube-y than me. So I have to be the smartest man on YouTube. It's not because I'm the smartest person in the world. It's because the smarter you are, the less effective you are. And so you can only be so smart to be effective still. And I'm effective at putting up a lot of content, although I'm not effective at making sure my NE impacts convert to SE impacts. In other words, it would be nice if people listened to me and were impacted by what I say. But I don't make much effort to make sure that happens. And so it's like there's a abject failure of society to incorporate the necessary and extraordinarily valuable resources and skills and competencies that NTPs provide. And the reason that society doesn't take advantage of what it needs to take advantage of there is because mostly NTPs negate. They say, no, that's not good enough. And nobody wants to really hear that. But somebody's got to be saying it. And there needs to be some portion of society that is directed towards saying, stop doing stuff, for fuck's sake. You're just making things worse. Optimization, the point at which the sum of smartness and effectiveness is maximum. Yeah, okay, but the thing is, that ignores the fact that what's best for me is not necessarily best for everybody. So, it's true that I'm not very effective in terms of what's best for everybody. But I'm very effective at doing what I feel like. I've got my life structured to allow me to do what I feel like almost all the time. So, that's the problem with effectiveness included in anything. It's always particular and subjective to what you want to be effective at. But in terms of effectiveness for impacting other people, that's a lot less subjective and particularist. That's much more meaningfully articulated. So it is the case, what Rain says there, optimization is the point at which the sum of smartness and effectiveness is maximum, is true if you're only calculating for other people. No, I don't think that smartness and effectiveness exist in inverse proportion. I only think it exists one direction. So it's not like the dumber you get, the more effective you get. It's just the smarter you get, the less effective you get. Because the smarter you get, the more time you spend deliberating, discussing, analyzing, understanding things, and the less time you spend looking to make those words convert to things. The genius in IDOM would laugh and let you win and remain in your frame undefeated. I think anti-doms are able to laugh and be cordial with that while knowing the other person is wrong in the inside. Well, I mean, my point would be, I would never have said the anti-dom is necessarily wrong. I would have said they've made claims they can't sustain. So in that case, there's no letting me win. I've said something accurate, and that should be the determining point to take away, right? That even if you are right, you are using language wrong by making claims you can't sustain. And there's no disputing that. It's like, I'm not saying what's necessarily correct about a thing. I'm saying what's adequate discursively to uphold the thing you're saying. And that's a much different reality than what you're talking about. And Jack Torrance, what's also implicit in that is that, once again, you're under the mistaken impression, the misapprehension, the horrible getting me completely wrong of thinking that I want to win. That's not what's going on here. Well, you know what? Let this fall. I can't remember ever arguing with anybody about a claim so concrete as that piano is going to fall on your head. Those are not the kind of claims that I argue with people about. If somebody says, you dropped something, I don't go, substantiate that. I look around to see what I dropped, like anybody else. The baloney mask is super smart and super influential, and you're super dumb and super not influential. That's baloney. Oh, I see. That's baloney, period. Musk is super smart. We've gone over this, Fly Guy. Musk is not super smart. He is very influential, and he is very effective, but he's not smart. That just proves my thesis, right? If he were smart, he wouldn't have suggested building a big tunnel under Los Angeles when it's obviously an incredibly stupid TE way to do things. Run for it. IT. Run for intestinal tumors. Run for infinitesimal titties. Very, very small titties. I mean, like I've discussed before, Fly Guy. In order to operationally have a definition of smart, it has to be essentially synonymous with least wrong in one's affirmations and negations. And that means it basically is identical with the best debater is the smartest for public purposes. In other words, when we're evaluating somebody's smartness, we're saying, as a public speaker of words, should we afford this person legitimacy? Well, obviously, the people that we should afford the most legitimacy to, as public speakers of words, are those whose words are most well parsed. The thing is, nobody would ever dream of making the claim that Elon Musk's words are most well parsed. He's not correct about things. He's effective. He's not creative. He's effective. He's not original in his thinking. He's effective in making it happen. He's not an inventor or a creator or a visionary. He's just an effective business person. After all, he didn't come up with the idea of electric cars. He just successfully made his own brand and sold them. He didn't come up with the idea of flamethrowers. He just thought, hey, I bet we could sell some of these to people. He didn't come up with the idea of tunnels. He just stupidly said, this is a good way to solve LA's traffic problem. He didn't come up with a position on cryptocurrency. He just voiced it, you know? So it's important to, I'm pointing out that any meaningful calculus of smartness as a public thing, I keep getting to feed the peacock and then people say dumb things. Any calculation of smartness as a public thing must calculate things that don't include effectiveness. Because if we include effectiveness, then we've once again mistakenly talked about a TE thing with a word that we should reserve for TI stuff. Now, if you're TE, Dom, then your NE is at closest third. So, it is true that to be maximally correct, you need both of the correctness language functions, which are NE and TI. And that SETI is necessarily going to be correct at a lower level of framing. But that doesn't mean that they're less... Well, it means that ESTPs get to be more effective, but unfortunately they get to be less smart. Just like I get to be less smart than INTPs, but more effective. Just how it works. Just how it is, you know? No, I'm choosing the word smart and saying we need to reserve this word for TINE, TISE, and not for TE stuff. We have lots of good words to describe TE stuff. Efficiency, effectiveness, etc. Right? And of course, TE people get all the actual rewards. In other words, my dad doesn't have any problems. He's got everything set up perfectly. He's got a philosophy PhD. He's got his finances all in order. He's got everything set up perfectly. And if you were to look at his academic credentials, you'd say, he must be smarter than you, Eric. He's got a PhD in philosophy. But I literally started kicking his ass in philosophy when I was about 10 years old. He was unable to answer any more of my questions, and it was obvious to me that even as a kid that I was a better philosopher than my dad, and he has a philosophy PhD. I mean, Berlinski is somebody that I do cite as a smart person. I think Berlinski's an INTP, but he might be an ENTP. He seems a little too smart for an ENTP. He definitely seems smarter than me. But even so, and this is a weird thing, even people who are smarter than me, INTPs, Berlinski, or whatever, they don't have all the tools I have. And those tools do matter. You know? Being a debate coach for decades and being able to understand how language works argumentationally so completely as I do, with all the terms that one needs to make distinctions one needs from debate, and to be this smart, and to be in a public discourse format like this, where I'm engaging with other smart people, it's a confluence of all those various factors that make my claim, I'm the smartest man on YouTube, legitimate, even though I could point to plenty of people who are smarter than me, quote unquote, on some level. In other words, they have the capacity to be smarter than me. But they aren't yet because they don't have the unique set of tools that I have. The thing is, people hate it when I make self-aggrandizing statements of any sort. But I make them for good reason. It's like, I'm trying to make a point here and trying to get some stuff across that needs to be understood for us to move closer to utopia and further away from dystopia. It's like, well, why does Eric get to say he's the smartest guy on YouTube? That's so unfair. That eliminates everybody else from being the smartest guy on YouTube. But see, I'm not eliminating anybody else from being the smartest guy on YouTube. You just have to be better at what I'm doing than me. And right now, nobody is. I agree we all bring something to the table. But we shouldn't call them different forms of intelligence, really. So, the thing is, remember this. Smart people don't have anything else. INTPs, ENTPs, we're not effective. We don't follow through on shit. We don't remember stuff. We don't take very good care of ourselves. We're not good at planning and preparing for the future. We don't make a lot of money. etc. We have nothing else. We have being smart and being right. And that's it. So when idiots tell us, not only are you ineffective, you can't remember anything, you're totally intuitarded in every single way imaginable, you also don't get to claim to be smart. I have two things to say. Thing number one and thing number two. You know? Give due credit where it's due. Let the smartest people be the smartest. Let the most effective be the most effective. Let the most genuine be the most genuine. Let the most graceful be the most graceful. Let the most in tune with their experience be the most in tune with their experience. Let the most impactful be the most impactful. And let the smartest be the smartest. And stop trying to equalize out everybody into a mush of equivalencies. Just as objectively, Michael Jordan can play basketball better than I can. Objectively, I can be correct more than Michael Jordan can. It's just as objectively so. Because we, as individuals, have different packages. My package is uniquely well designed to be correct. His is uniquely well designed to be basketball effective. And we should stop lying about things like that. I mean, the thing is, like I said, Jack, it's not any single factor that allows me to correctly make the claim. It's a confluence of many different factors, each of which is a necessary component to it. This is where NI is properly understood. So, it's not the case that other debate coaches are as smart as me. Absolutely not. For one reason, they're isolated in the debate community. They're not here as well. Fly Guy, I don't doubt that. And I will give you credit where that's due. Fly Guy is uniquely well designed to slay, be it puss or trolls. I mean, that's not the case, Jordan Valley, obviously. Correctness exists independently of popular adoption of it, as we have myriad examples of such, where correct people are ignored for some stretch of time until people realize they were correct. I have plenty of examples in my own life. It's happened my entire life that I've said, meh, 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 and then years later, everyone goes, meh, 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 and then they yell at me for not going, meh, meh, meh enough. You know, I was like, okay, fuck off. The shortness of people's memories regarding their own wrongness is appalling and astonishing. I don't forget when I was wrong about stuff. I factor it into my calculuses going forward, my calculations. So it's like, remember, Eric, the last time you intuited something equivalently, it turned out you were wrong about it. It's something that I have a lot of that going on in me, you know? Double checking to make sure if my enthusiasm for a given position or conclusion represents too much intuition and too little parsing. Because I am subject to that. The postman said he'd hold my package till I got home. It was an uncomfortable walk. That's fantastic. Did you just make that up? I like it. It's like the, and boy were my feet tired joke. So when I was a Native American, you know, my tribe, the Indian tribe I was in, one year they designated me to do the rain dance. And, you know, I danced and never rained once the entire year. Boy, were my legs tired. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da! Hilarious jokes. Here's a riddle for you. Why did the dad wear running shoes? Okay, has anybody ever said that sentence before? Or is it at least ask the first person to ever say that sentence? Rain sticks are so cool. You know, I was watching a minute work lyrics video yesterday for Who Can It Be Now, I believe. And at the end of it, it just says sax outro. I said, boy, those are never two words you want to see next to each other. You don't want to see sax intro. You don't want to see sax outro. You don't want to see those two words next to each other ever. I will say this. The only song I can think of that has any worth or value whatsoever that includes both saxophone and pan flute is Land Down Under by Men at Work. Can you think of any other song that's any good at all that includes both saxophone and pan flute? I can't, because they're both terrible instruments. Saxophones are the worst. No. Saxophones are terrible, Elise asks. Saxophones. New York's alright if you that way. New York's alright if you like it. New York's alright if you like saxophones. New York's alright if you like saxophones. It's a great song that everybody should listen to. New York's alright if you like saxophones. This may be an SI thing for me. My father listened to a lot of really terrible music with saxophones in it around me. It may have poisoned me against the saxophone a bit. Now, don't get me wrong. There are occasions when I go, wow, hey, look, they successfully incorporated saxophone. Doesn't happen a lot, but it does sometimes. I'm not saying saxophones are always bad. And I'm not saying pan flutes are always bad. But I'm saying both of them are usually bad. And the idea of combining both of them in one song is definitely a terrible idea. Let's put both pan flutes and saxophones in this song. No wise art maker ever said those words. Thank you, Legends Fall. A voice of sanity here. Legends Fall is the clear voice of sanity. He knows that there's little redemption to be squeezed out of either the saxophone or the pan flute. But I do want to repeat to you something that you should remember. If you want to talk about musical instruments like Homer Simpson, you need to add a "m" in it, as in violin, saxophone, tuba, pan flute. Saxophone, pan flute. Peter is well read in the search for the truth of Johnson's size. The problem with measuring my penis is that it keeps changing its size. I know. Saxophone is the unholy communion between reed instruments and brass. Bad idea, saxophone inventor. But I guess New York's alright if you like saxophones. The sousaphone is fantastic, on the other hand. I would take a sousaphone any day. I mean, I agree with you. Brass sections are great. As long as you don't tower power it up, you know. Eric, is it just my experience, or do INFJs, when making some claim, tend to use vague words and metaphors in order to make their claim less tactful instead of actually making their argument more solid? No, you are correct. They do that, Rain, because they don't want to be negated. They'd rather avoid negation than affirm anything definitive. Fly guy, you need to get more than 3 centimeters worth of measuring tape. INFJs want to avoid negationary stuff. If they're engaging with you about a topic, they're kind of expecting you to carry the argumentational load, and they're engaging you in an interface fashion rather than the arguments per se. You measure it by flaccid stretched length? No, I mean, Peter Dentici, that even when erect, fully erect, my penis keeps changing size dramatically, from 1 inch to 15 inches and back. It's really strange. I mean, yes, Jordan Valley, foreplay beach length. If you want to waste a bunch of time, if you're the woman, I guess foreplay beach length. If you're the woman, that's true. But here's your problem, Jordan Valley. You're caring about the woman's experience. I've identified your problem. Non-imperial Strauss. I mean, one of them has to be Eric. I don't know what means non-imperial that rhymes with Eric. That's the famous quote from George Washington, isn't it, Peter Dentici? I did not have sexual relations with that cherry tree. It's fantastic. Lies, my dear boy, can be easily recognized. There are 2 kinds of them, those with short legs and those with long noses. Your kind have long noses. Yeah, if you really wanted Pinocchio to stop lying, instead of adding to his nose, removed from his cock. That'll get his attention. Women have legs? There's more than just 2 holes? I mean, I'm sorry. Yes, of course they have legs. That's how they walk. They're like regular people almost, except they're chicks. uh, well, I can tell you this. Your penis stops growing at a certain point. I'm 50 years old. Which metric did I use? Which unit of measurement did I use? Millimeters? Well, it's because it's unpleasant measuring things in fractions. I don't want to talk about a 16th of an inch, but just say a couple of millimeters, centimeters, millimeters. If you get smaller than inches, then you might as well go to metric, because otherwise you got to go to fractions, and nobody likes fractions. Not even the fraction company in charge of distributing fractions likes fractions. Yeah. Well, that's fair. Instead of saying that I'm using metric, why don't we just acknowledge that centimeters and millimeters count as the English system of measures. How about that? Then I wouldn't have to be using metric. The demise of elite female sporting due to transgender effervescence. I don't think really anybody's in favor of men chopping off their junk and beating women in women's sports. I don't think anybody's in favor of that. Except for idiots. And a few idiots here and there. It's just so ridiculous and fucked up that I don't think anybody's in favor of that. Like, the kind of people who might be in favor of that include too many of the people who no longer get to compete fairly. So, I mean, yeah, you can make your own league for trans people, that's fine. And then, you know, girls pretending to be dudes and dudes pretending to be girls can compete against each other. You know, that's fair. That's fine. Or they can compete in their sex category rather than gender, right? Because sex is not an identity thing. It's a biological thing. And if they don't want to be in their own league, then they can identify as their biological sex for competition purposes. By high T, do you mean testosterone? Or it's because you got all those sub-dudes' balls in a vice grip, squeezing out the testosterone and drinking from it. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't think anybody believes in that, Jack Torrance. Gender is equally fluid and meaningless to race, but sex is absolutely not. That's what I'm saying. If you want to say, I'm going to operate under a gender frame of reference, fine, but don't expect any concrete reality to acknowledge it. And if you want to say that your sex is, if I were to say my sex is female, I'd simply be lying. And the thing is, a lot of people don't realize this, but as somebody whose penis is only 1/16 of an inch long when fully erect, there's a lot more you can do with the 16th of an inch than you think. I've been known to drive hundreds of women simultaneously to the best orgasm of their life just with my 1/16 of an inch. And my steely gaze. Like right now, all the women here are creaming their panties. Oh my God, Eric, your eyes. Oh my God. That's what all the women are saying right now. And gay men too, yeah. I'm sorry I made everybody come. It's okay, as long as I don't physically touch you or anything. I don't even talk dirty or anything. As long as it's just me giving you that orgasm-inducing stare. Yeah. I have no responsibility not to look at people. It's not my fault that these gorgeous eyes elicit so many orgasms. Hi. Oh yeah. These are my eyes. Look at them. Look at them with your eyes. Yes, they do. Jack Torrance, gay men exist for sure. Anytime a man likes to hump a man instead of a woman, then they're gay. It's okay, it's fine, but they are. They do exist. ContraPoints. Okay. People can't be biologically gay. It's not like your penis decides it doesn't like vaginas or something. Fair enough, Jonathan. Fair enough. So the real mandate is two guys going out to dinner. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. I mean, I suspect everybody's to a certain extent bisexual, which is to say it's not impossible for an individual to be stimulated by another human being, regardless of that other human being's sex. It's just that sexuality is much more complicated than that. It's like, let's say you don't self-identify as straight, okay? Let's just say you don't self-identify as straight. Well, you self-identify as bisexual. You're never going to be with somebody who's both male and female or alternatingly changing. You're always going to be with one person. And that person, you're telling them, you're not sure if you are satisfied with what they have to offer, right? So I think people need to understand that identifying as a certain sexuality is making a decision about what kind of arguments you're going to make with your partner. You're 0% gay, less than 0% gay? How can you be less than 0% gay? What does it mean to be -% gay? Listen, Legends Fall, you say you're 0% gay, but you've never gotten one of my blowjobs. You'd really have second thoughts at that point. You'd be like, hey, maybe I'm not so straight. This Eric sucks a mean cock. You know? But the point is, I mean, I've never had a gay sexual thing of any sort. Well, that's not true. I kind of got molested by a 14-year-old boy when I was like 12 or 10 or something. But I wouldn't really call that a gay experience. Just sort of a molestation experience. But you know, everybody got molested when I was a kid. That shit you not. It's like, well, that's just how it goes. That's everybody's first sexual experience, right? I mean, I certainly don't have any trauma over it or something. Because the thing is, at a certain point, I said, no, I don't like this, and it stopped, you know? I don't like what's happening and stuff. But the thing is, it's like, when I was a kid, though, I have all these weird memories of my childhood that are like, this is what happens when nobody supervises children. Like, I remember I had to be maybe 5 or 6 years old, across the street with Tracy, who's one of my Facebook friends now. Literally, we're in the playhouse in her back, and I'm trying to put my little flaccid penis in her little vagina. I have this clear memory. Every woman should pride herself on that. You know, what I've learned from receiving plenty of them is that this is important. Putting your lips like this. It's important. Yeah. Boba Fett. Don't tell Legends. Oh, that's not LT. Who's LT? It's not Legends Paul. I thought you were telling Legends Paul he got molested by his priest. Who's LT? Maybe you did mean Legends Fall, but you said LF. I mean, LT for some reason. What are DSLs? Oh. I mean, I know why he would send that to you, but it's kind of mean, Boba Fett. It's funny when it's sent to Legends Fall because it's probably not true for him. It's not so funny when you send it to Jack because you're an NIDOM and you know it's got too much of a chance of being true. Because you're obsessed with the subject. Suggests you got some sort of personal linkage to it. I mean, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that there's a reason Boba Fett didn't say it to Legends Fall, even though that would be more funny. It's because he's an NIDOM and certain things are evident, you know? Certain things are less evident. Pick from LA. Fussy from LA. What does that mean? Not today, Jack. No, you haven't. And that's another reason why that wasn't nice of Boba Fett, okay? Now, don't be all chip on your shouldery fussy. Just get over it. I don't want to have a big meh. Well, I don't particularly like to ejaculate that way. I mean, at a certain point, I figure she's earned me humping her vagina, you know? I mean, people who don't like homosexuals are definitely more likely to be gay and in denial than not, because normal people don't have an opinion about it, because why would you? Who cares? Not you. No, it just makes it a funnier joke to say he is. You're not appreciating the mechanics of humor, Jack. I mean, it's definitely not ridiculous. The more actively oppositional you are to homosexuals, the more the likelihood increases that you're simply projecting your own denied self. That's definitely the case. It's not just an old trope that we can toss out. It's for sure the case. You know, it's like my psychology teacher told me in high school. The things you hate the most about other people are things you see in yourself. So, at that point, I sort of recognized the need to isolate behaviors and words from people. So we might hate certain kinds of wrongness and stuff, and that's fine. But we realize that that we're not directing those energies towards the person, but rather towards the words, the behaviors, or something like that. And I'm sure Horseman would say, well, that's exactly what I was doing, Eric. I was critiquing your behavior. But the point is, I'm not here presenting behavior to critique. I'm here presenting words to critique. I mean, it is commonly accepted to be true that people who are angry about things irrelevant to them are more likely to be projecting. It's not ridiculous at all. It's completely correct. It's not a certainty thing. It's not saying everybody who has a position on gays that isn't embracing their legitimacy is necessarily themselves a homosexual. It's not saying that at all. It is saying that the more you feel strongly about something that's irrelevant to you, purportedly, the more likely it is that it's actually relevant to you. I don't think Boba Fett ever accused you of being a secret gay. Did he? I'm pretty sure he didn't. What's not popping up on our screen though? I've got it on live chat. I'm not censoring anything or removing any comments. So if it didn't show up, it must have been YouTube that cut it out or something. I don't know what the hell's happening. I don't know what's going on. Look, nobody's accusing anybody of being secretly gay here, or not secretly gay, or secretly straight or not secretly straight. I don't care. Nobody cares about that. That I can tell. Be as gay as you want, or not as gay as you want. I don't care. You can even try to fuck me if you want for a little while, as long as you take no for an answer. I'm not gonna let you fuck me if you're gay or straight, but because I'm in a relationship. But you could try, and I won't be offended necessarily, as long as you stop when I say stop. You know, and I say no, I'm taken. Don't even bother. You know. You lost your question about NIs enjoying any humor. I know. Thank God for NI doms and TI doms who think I'm worth listening to occasionally. That's a good strategy, Peter Dentici. It's also a good strategy to get chicks. They never see it coming when you're helping them change and talking about their cute outfits and stuff. Then all of a sudden, you're like, oh yeah. There you go, girl. And she's like, wow, you're such a manly gay. I had no idea. Dwell in your own house, and you will know how simple your possessions are. Perseus. I don't know, I got some pretty complicated possessions around here. Quite a few of them, actually. I mean, why are you choosing to open a new front in Russia during the winter, Jack? Why don't you limit yourself to the Blitz for a while on Boba Fett before willfully engaging the Soviet giant to the east, Legends Fall? Oh, trouble, what do you want? I already fed you this morning. I already fed you. Why are you meowing? Poofed. Yeah. And you're England in this metaphor, Boba Fett. And Jax, of course, Nazi Germany. Why did they not let you say anything in several minutes? Is it because they're ableist? I hope so. Then we can shake our fist at them. Hey, tell your cat, that's not my cat. That's an independent operator. He's an independent contractor cat. He's not anybody's cat, but he gets paid by multiple people, I'm sure. I'm sure I'm not the only one who feeds that cat. The good news is, in this analogy here, Jack, if you don't attack Russia, you should be able to successfully beat Boba Fett into submission with your terrorizing bombs that fall somewhere over London, you know. The subject matter broke YouTube. Well, I'm glad you're a confident gay man. Nobody thinks Jack's gay. Just because I made the point that people who have strong feelings about gay people are more likely to be gay, Jack never said he had strong feelings about gay people. I haven't heard him be anti-gay or anything like that. There's no reason to conclude that that description of a reality regarding people projecting applies to Jack. Well, it's... What's my price? I'm gonna update that document pretty soon. Currently the price is $100, but the document still says asterisk if you order before the 31st it's $50. And if you were to email me like somebody else did the other day and say, can I pay $50? I'd say okay, because it's still up there like that, I guess. So if you wanted to get it for $50, you could get it for $50 right now by just PayPaling me $50, and then I just send you an email saying, okay, what time do you want? And then I figure, well, it's my fault for not updating the document yet, you know. And I'm not even sure. I think I'm gonna set my price at $65 when I get around to it, because I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think that's a good price point. People are sort of ready and willing to spend $65 in a way that they're not spend $100. So that's what I think I've decided on. But it's like it takes me a long time to go from musing about something to action. A really long time sometimes. I was like, am I gay? Am I straight? And I realized I'm just slutty. Where's my parade? Margaret Cho, 5 points for you. That's fucking fantastic joke right there. Good joke writing. That's great. I like Margaret Cho's joke there. I don't in general like her as a personality, comedian, actress, or whatever, but that's a good joke. I mean, the thing I always had some struggle with sexuality was I didn't get that it wasn't an idea thing. Like, when I was a teenager and I sort of discovered masturbation for the first time, I thought that meant I might be gay. I thought it meant I was gay, because otherwise I wouldn't want to touch my own penis. This was my reasoning. The fact that I was masturbating not very long after that to pornography magazines featuring women and stuff just made the question complicated. It didn't resolve the matter for me. It's like I just didn't understand the concept of it or something. Like, but what'll happen when I actually get with a girl? I have no idea. Will this thing work even? Was it supposed to? I don't know. How am I supposed to know that in advance? And for a long time I would worry about that. Even though I had no experience to support it really, I'd think, well, but maybe next time I get with a girl, it won't work. Because I don't know how come it worked last time. And I still wonder about these things today. Like, why do I like to do that thing that I just finished doing? Why do I like that? It makes no sense. I'm not like, yeah, suck it in normal life. I thought, I don't take pleasure in being bossy or something. But then I find myself with this weird sort of feeling that's kind of like irritation with Rachel, but isn't irritation. But it's like, something needs to happen to you. I don't know what it is. Something needs to happen to you right now. And then I realize, oh, I'm horny. And then I go, oh, I'm going to go do that skiing thing again now. Sex is like skiing in that it doesn't make any sense at all. Why would you ride up to the top of the hill so you can slide to the bottom of the hill, so you can ride up to the top of the hill again, so you can slide to the bottom of the hill again? It doesn't make any sense. Same thing with sex. Why put it in there if you're just going to take it out again? And just to put it in again, take it out again, put it in again, take it out again, put it... It doesn't... Why? If you want it in there, just leave it in there. If you want it out, just leave it out. You know? And yet, for some reason, it just... Nothing about sex, for me, follows from any words or ideas, really, about who I am and what I think. It's just being perverted or something. I don't know. So it might not make any sense, but it makes sense. That is pretty clever. That's pretty glib of you, I'm going to say. Since you put gib, I'm going to say glib. It was agreeably glib. Melting zero. Melting zero. When zero is melted, it becomes a hole in the ground. Yeah, that's exactly right, Jack. When I'm having the intercourse, when I'm doing the ee-oo with Rachel, and I'm about to ejaculate, I say, who's the best typologist? Tell me it's me. It's you, Eric. Type me harder. You're an INFJ. Woo. All over the walls and the ceiling. Everywhere. Well, I mean, I suspect if I were a woman that I'd masturbate for longer than I do as a man. Like when I'm masturbating as a man, which is the only way I've done it so far in this life, I don't want to take a super long time. Because after all, it's kind of a waste of time. And it's not super satisfying in the way that actual sexual intercourse is. So, might as well just go number 3, you know? Rub one out real quick so that you don't have the poundingly unpleasant feeling of pent-up semen. Well, they can fall this way or that way for me all they want, but I am not in the marketplace for any genitals of any sort, be they slit, gash, pocket related, or stabber, jabber, schlong related. I'm not in a genital market right now. Ever again, hopefully. Unless Rachel dies before me. But I'm 14 years older than her, so that shouldn't happen. Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends also. Sometimes if I'm thwacked out and I'm watching the Orn, then you got to open a lot of tabs because you really want just the right film. You don't want to ejaculate to the wrong porn movie. And you feel like, I wasted my trip to the incognito window. You want just the right expression of shame and her own voracious appetite for cock. You want just that right facial expression. Right when you... And here's a handy tip. Always keep a roll of paper towels next to you. So that if you decide to rub one out, you just take out a couple of paper towels, neat and tidy. Don't use your socks. Then they get crunchy and you gotta wash them. Just use a paper towel. Throw it away. Yeah, nobody should go to a public sex theater. That's not appropriate. Everybody needs to understand that sexual intercourse is private, like kissing and stuff. Okay? So that's why they shouldn't put sex scenes and kissing scenes in movies. It always makes me go like this. Oh, I don't want to see this. This is their privacy time. That's what it makes me go. Yeah. Well, Don Krynos, let me tell you this. The ability to be on amphetamines while also being able to decide what to do never really fully comes together. So just the other day, I spent like 12 hours making this meditation video that came out as a jumbled mess of different things, basically. And I really was mad at myself. But at a certain point into it, it's like I was trying to salvage this ruined pot roast or whatever, and I can't really fault myself for trying to salvage the time I had put into it, but at a certain point you got to know when it's a sunk cost fallacy, So I still have those moments when I spend too much time doing stuff that I shouldn't later, in later retrospect, I think to myself that was a waste of time. But the fact is, it's part of my process. If I don't allow myself to play around with shit and necessarily incur the consequence of periodically choosing the wrong shit to play around with and wasting my time, then I'll never accomplish anything. So I just kind of have to deal with that reality. If you want to get an old-fashioned conservative opinion out of me that people don't really ascribe to today, I don't really believe in asexual people, because I don't have any particular desire intellectually to be especially sexual. But as I was describing earlier, my body has a mind of its own. Now, I know that not everybody, I shouldn't project my experience onto everybody. But the thing is, I'm not projecting my experience. I'm projecting a universal biological imperative onto everybody. And I think that seems fair to do. It's like, we don't see asexuality in any creatures on Earth that are sexual. They're sexually split in two types, right? We don't ever see that. We don't see any individual of any species ever rejecting their sexuality except unless they're prevented from exercising it. So Maybe this is just a lack of scope of my imagination to conceive of a world in which somebody has all the biological parts necessary for sexuality but doesn't feel any sexuality? Doesn't ever rub one out or anything? I mean, I'll take your word for it, Elise says, but it really seems... It's like... Nobody's born with a liver that doesn't remove toxins. It's what it does. Nobody's born with a thyroid gland that doesn't do what a thyroid gland does. Why are people born with genitals that don't do what genitals do? I mean, it's part of being human to need to ejaculate occasionally. I would find it extremely hard to believe that these so-called asexual people never ejaculate. It just seems hard to believe. Okay, well, but see, the thing is, we're being asked to take asexuality as a perfectly viable form and working form of human being, not as a problem with your genitals. Well, you don't have to externalize the sex urge either. Right? You can be autoerotic. If somebody is not externally sexual, I get that. Maybe they don't like engaging with other people in that fashion. That's conceivable. What I'm saying is, I find it really hard to believe that they never have any of the biological imperative to rid themselves of the built-up semen if they're a male, for example. Now, I don't know what it's like being a chick, so... You want more food, Triple? I mean, my take on it is, if somebody is telling you they never masturbate or have never masturbated, why are they choosing to lie about such a silly thing? That's what I think. You know, it's like, in some sense, if you don't masturbate, there's no reason for you to ever talk about it. Why would you mention that you don't ever masturbate? Nikola Tesla abstained from engaging in sexual activities, including any kind of ejaculation? Why? They can't. That's not good for you physically. You know, for males, they need to ejaculate so their prostate doesn't become quite so hardened. You know? So it's not healthy, for males at least, not to masturbate or not to ejaculate periodically. And if you try not to, your body will do it anyway during nocturnal emissions. So it's a terrible idea. And you may have encountered those ridiculous videos on YouTube about semen, the benefits of semen retention. You know what's so hilarious? Is one of the benefits of semen retention they're always talking about is how much sexual energy it gives you. But, I mean, so what? Like, you're not going to use it for anything. Why would you want more of it? It's so silly. It's not healthy physically to retain semen. Hi.
Hi.
How's it going, darling?
Good.
Having trouble closing the door or what?
Yeah.
How are you feeling this morning?
I feel better. Like, you know, increments are small, but I feel better each day. I came in because I want to smoke a bowl before I take a bath.
Okay. Well, why don't you smoke a bowl? And while you're smoking a bowl, I'm going to poop because I've been meaning to poop.
Oh,
And this way, people will have somebody to talk to while I poop.
sure thing. Oh, Petey Wonder. Hi everyone. How's it going? I like that song, and you jerk it out. Do, 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 do. What are you guys talking about? Hey! Hi everyone. Miss Capillo Strauss is visiting me. It's going and going and going. Alright, I need a bong rip. We're out of lighters. The heck? Do you mean at least you can't hold the smoke either? What could I use for a lighter? Morale! Thanks for visiting me, P. Where would a lighter be? I honestly have to go poop too. So, hold on, you guys. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Capillo.
all night. I learned just how little I know about what. Well, it appears Rachel knocked over the microphone as she rushed inside. I guess she must have really had to poop. I mean, I do put on my own music during pauses and stuff sometimes. And I was saying this to Rachel just the other day, that it would be great if I could just play whatever I wanted on my, on the stream, so I could say, ooh, I want to share with you this cool new song I found that's not by me. But I can't because of all the copyright shit, you know? I would sometimes play my own music, and I'd sometimes play other people's music if it was up to me. Put on Chappie tracks, let that roll for a while, you know? We put some new songs on Chappie tracks, including some really good ones. For example, I will show you with my showing finger. I will use my showing finger to show you precisely what you need to be shown. What do I need to be shown, Eric? The showingness of things. Naturally. Things that need to be shown. That's what you need to show. That's what I need to show you. Are all the things that need to be shown. Now, what you will notice on this window I'm about to show you with my showing finger is the Chappie Tracks playlist. I highly recommend this playlist to everybody, though I cannot actually play it myself for you. This is not my own music, although it's got one of my songs on it. But I should probably take it off pretty soon, because I like to keep things segregated. But I also sometimes think, well, maybe YouTube will think it's better if I put it in a playlist with better songs. Anyway, I just added this song yesterday, All About That Bass. I like it, but I don't suspect it's going to stay on the playlist forever. This is a good Nerd and Rihanna song, Lemon. This one, Right There, is another new addition to the playlist, as is Bottle Full of Bubs. This is another new addition to the playlist, Steve Aoki and Anger Dimas featuring Iggy Azalea. Another new one, Iggy Azalea. I put this on the list too, Basanti's Ghost, which I was singing on the way in here. Every time I stay up all night, I learn just how little I know about what? Paranormal stuff. The Hives, Los Angeles by X. Great song. I think I'm going to take Only Lad off of this playlist. It's at 4 minutes, it's too long. It just is. And then Everybody Loves the 212. What do you do too? Living on Video is a great 80s song. They Might Be Giants. This is a cool song too. I like this Matty Noise song, New Friends. I think I need some new friends. New friends. But this is a really great song by Decepticon. Decepticon by La Tigra is fantastic, of course. Everybody should listen to it all the time. And here's a band nobody really appreciates as much as they should. Camper Van Beethoven. That's a really good band. I like this Beach Bunny chick. She makes some cool songs. Johnny's pretty great. This Jawny, he's pretty great. DJ Fresh, this Gold Dust song is great. And I love Soy Yo. And Haiku Hands, great song that I got from a YouTube show. Tessa Violet's another. This is a YouTube artist primarily, and she's really quite good. I like her shit a lot.
Where did I put my...
Your phone? Your
bong. Oh, here it is.
right there.
I'm looking for. We have a no lighter situation.
There you go.
This,
Oh, is that cached?
no.
Here, let me get you a better fire solution. Let me unclog this thing for you too. And I got some other my songs and Tally Hall songs. I got a couple Tally Hall songs. It's so hard to see you, but yeah, this is a good song. It's super cheerful.
I think you're a good song.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
This is a good song. E-E-E-A-A-A-O-O-O. This is a good punk song. Waiting Room by Fugazi. And this is one of the first songs I remember Rachel suggesting we add to the playlist. With Martin Solveig, Hello. You just called to say hello. I just came to say hello or whatever. This is one of the other old songs on this playlist that has survived many reincarnations of this playlist as I remove things and put new things back on. Del Commissar deserves to be on there forever because it's just so rad. Also, this is another one that once it made this playlist, I don't think it's ever going to leave it, this Five Nights at Freddy's 2 song.
Yeah.
It's just too badass of a song. Like, been so long since last I had a chance to pet my kitty and her wonderful meowy softness.
Aww, and her wonderful meowy softness.
And as you see, I've got a Billy Joel song here next. Moving Out, Anthony's song. It's one of my favorite Billy Joel songs. Is that all you get for the money? Well, it seems that it's down and now. Stepping out. If you want to really feel again, whatever year it was that this Cry Me a River came out, listen to Cry Me a River, and you'll be put right back into 2000 whatever when that came out, you know? You hear that, like, intro part? Yeah. Do. Yeah. But I remember that you would be him, but wanna be sad about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me you love me. Why'd you leave me
All alone.
Now
You really loud.
you call me on the phone.
On the phone.
Confused.
You must have me confused with some other guy. Some other guy. Burn. Now it's your turn to cry. Cry me a river. Cry me a river. Cry me a river. I also really like the Selena Gomez song Bad Liar. It's her best song.
It's a good song.
Dayglow is great.
I like Dayglow.
They're a really
too.
good band that could probably incorporate more of their songs in this playlist. Some of these things I'd probably get rid of, like this Franz Ferdinand song. I don't think I really like it that much. Stacy's Mom is another one that probably a permanent playlist edition.
Yeah.
It's just a really good, well-written pop rock song, you know? Seems like years that I've been pressing forward in this barrier area, which precludes me from progressing past this point. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what. Seems like years that I've been pressing forward in this barrier area, which precludes me from progressing past this point. Wherefore art thou, Borneo? And wherefore were you Guam? What for did you get thorny though? Did you have another fight with mom? When so forth cometh that, and whosoever is that on its back. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what paranormal stuff. Every time I step on that, I learn just as little I know about what paranormal stuff. Every time I hold your breath, expect the best, assess as less slop and mess. At least you'll confess that the less than the rest isn't confusing. Liz Pitt bet the rest were musing, but Liz Pitt didn't have any confusion. She rolled over them October to June, then took off for the summer. The various plans all about various teams. I'm kind of waiting for her to get better, but with that. Cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. Now in fall, whispers began to carry in the hall that Lisbeth's urgency compelled them all to hide away from her inside a bathroom stall. She's berating, always making her point, started hating, always feeling annoyed, bullying now her way through you. It means she likes you too. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause it's scary, but that's about all you can say. The various plans all about various deeds underway. Wary of every doubt, cause I like the way you work it, yo diggity. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate your enthusiasm for that song.
Yes.
I note it and appreciate it. I think it's a great song too, you know?
I do too.
It's got a great chorus. When it comes on, I can't help but sing along with it.
Yeah.
And somebody else left a comment on that song and said, "Why is this chorus so catchy?" Which is a very gratifying comment to read. You know, one of my absolute favorite kind of comment to read is when somebody has been familiar with me with typology or other things, and then encounters one of my songs and leaves a comment saying like, "Wait a second, this is actually good."
It is.
Which I get because, you know, nobody's good. It's really hard to be good. Listen, Elise asks, I want to tell you right now, in no uncertain terms, there is nothing more sexy than androgyny. Everybody loves having sex with androgynous people. I like my women to be flat as a board and made down below like a Barbie doll. Just flatness. Sure, we can write songs during Vegas. We're going to Vegas? When are we going to Vegas? You should inform me when I'm going to Vegas so I don't forget about it. I'm happy to go to Vegas at that time and place, at that time, but I need a little advance notice. going back in?
I'm gonna take a bath.
All right, cool. You do your thing. I think I'm gonna wrap this up pretty quick now. Anyway, it's 5 hours, so.
Wow, good for you. I love you.
I love you too, darling.
You've been so good to me.
I wish I felt that way. So yeah, go take your bath, relax, and then maybe after that we'll go get some food or something.
Okay.
Okay. I guess what I should have done before Rachel left this room is ask her preference regarding whether she'd prefer that I just rub one out and not bother her since she's still sick, or whether she'd prefer to claim her jurisdictional right to handle it for me. You know, I'm not necessarily doing her a favor by relieving her from the duty. It depends on her opinion about it. But hey, New Zealand dollars. I mean, sure, they're not pound sterlings, but I like them a lot anyway. I like them a lot better than pesos. Thank you, Jordan Valley. You're right, Peter Dentici. That would burden her with the decision of choosing. Yeah, I know. Right. And so this is why these things are complicated decisions for me. Because there has been an occasion before where I informed Rachel. It was a situation like this where I was going, she came out in the morning, I was like, oh hey, how's it going? Yeah, I first I made meow, then I do meow, then I rubbed one out. And it made her, she revealed her emotions before her INFJ could kick in. She didn't like that. She didn't like that. So, who knows what she wants, you know? I'm not sure if she wants, right now though, she's sick. Like, she's kind of handicapped, and she may not, I'm assuming, sort of, I guess, ultimately deciding without consulting her, that she'd probably prefer not to have to, engage her body in that fashion right now because it's not working properly. I could be wrong about that. I don't know. I could just rub it out and then not worry about it, right? And then that solves the question. She's probably watching this live stream right now, though, so this is my other way of addressing this. She actually enjoys my media. Many have been the occasions that I've caught her listening to me when I go inside. And I think, wow, she's not just blowing smoke up my ass. She actually, she gets more Eric than anybody could possibly want. And she's still, I'm not going to, listen, she's not going to be ready to go for another week or something. If all the literature is right on this anyway. So, that's way too long. I don't need to save that seed power. I'll regenerate my seed power by tomorrow or the next day at the latest. So I'm not running out of the capacity to ejaculate anytime soon. I mean, generally, I probably every 2 or 3 days typically ejaculate. Usually by an actual intercourse with Rachel, but sometimes just because it's the middle of the night and I'm thwacked out and she's asleep, I just don't want to wait until the morning or whatever. Chapstick lesbian. You know what I love about chapstick lesbians? Their lips are so moistened. They're not suffering from the negative effects upon their lips of wind and sunshine. Instead, they've applied adequate amount of chapstick. Actually, sexual intercourse is not a intercourse. It's, well, I got used to saying it like that when I was in a sexual relationship with Scooby-Doo, who always pronounced it like that. Let's have sexual intercourse. I tried to correct him. It's sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse? No, Scooby, you got it wrong again. Now suck my dick. And that's how my relationship with Scooby went. He's not just a slut for Scooby snacks, okay? Put it that way. He's also a slut for what? My man cock. Mm-hmm. This gigantic Egyptian obelisk known as my man cock. Oh. Didn't we double date once, Jonathan? It was you and Mickey and me and Scooby. And Mickey kept saying, I'm Michael Cera. Oh. And we all teased him mercilessly until you, outraged on his behalf, got up, paid the bill, and left. Scrappy was a mistake. God don't make no mistakes, except Scrappy do. When God impregnated Scrappy-Doo's mother with Scrappy-Doo's father's semen and created conception, even God acknowledges that was a mistake. Really, I did not know that. I knew that about Jar Jar. I knew Jar Jar is a terrible character, but I was not aware that people had this understanding of how horrible Scrappy-Doo is. Well, and what can we learn from that? We can apply the gay rule to Scooby, Peter, and we realize that Scooby-Doo is actually Asian who's overcompensating because he's self-loathing. Stop Asian hate. Just stop Asian hate right now. Okay, well, you said you were angry, but after the fact, Scooby said that Mickey was giving you a hand job under the table, and that's probably why you hurried up and left, and you're probably lying. So, I'll acknowledge that's more likely the case. I mean, it's sort of a little play Scooby likes you to put on to pretend that he's doing all these things for the Scooby snacks, so he doesn't feel quite as slutty as he really actually is, I guess, Right. We go through this sort of acting out of a scene time and time again where he pretended to not want to do that, and then I'd offer him a Scooby snack and he'd say, all right, fine. Well, he is a gentle mouse because I don't know if we ever talked about this, but after you broke up with Mickey and Scooby and I were over, I did briefly date Mickey. And he was gentle. I agree. I have never been rimmed so lovingly. Oh, your asshole tastes like poo. Oh. That's what Mickey said to me. Or it was either Mickey or Michael Cera. One of the two. I'm not sure. I dated one of those guys. But probably my worst relationship was with Daffy. Because he's so bossy. And so just like carrying a chip on his shoulder, And I'm like, hey, you're bottom. He wasn't having it. For the 6 or 8 weeks I dated Daffy Duck, I took a lot of Daffy Dick, let me tell you. And being a duck, his penis is shaped like a corkscrew, which meant that I had nearly all the corks removed from my body. by the time we were done. Which made all the wine go bad faster, and that was a problem. That's part of the reason why I quit. I don't. I've never had one, never want one. I think it sounds disgusting and awful. I have no desire for that. No. No. Daffy's a pitcher, not a catcher, okay? That's what I learned. That's why I had to break up with him eventually. It's like, hey, Daffy, I have needs too. And he said, "Blah, blah." Yes, I do. Blah, blah, blah. And then he took me over to Uncle McScrooge's house. And let me tell you, that old man is a pervert. Oh, did I get Donald and Daffy mixed up? My bad. It was Donald. It was a long time ago. It's easy to forget their names. You know, that duck I one time had sex with a talk like that. That guy. Donald Duck, Daffy Duck, Bugs Bunny, Rags Bunny, it doesn't matter. You name your cartoon animal, I've fucked them. I think the sexiest of the characters is probably Daffy Duck's girlfriend, or is it Donald Duck's girlfriend? One of them has a hot girlfriend. Who has the hot girlfriend, Donald or Daffy? I don't eat girls' ass all the time. I don't eat girls' ass at all, and I don't get my own ass eaten. I think that's the disgusting contemporary thing that existed post-porn, where they want to push limits and stuff, and let's do that in our own life. I mean, you're gonna get someone's butthole on your tongue. It's absolutely fucking disgusting, and not hygienic. Well, I do declare, Foghorn Leghorn is the epitome of the highly sexualized Southern gentleman. Daffy and Donald both have hot girlfriends? Who has a hotter girlfriend, Daffy or Donald? Pretty darn good, boy. Now, listen here. You can't be a chicken hawk. Betty Boop, pretty sexy. Obviously, Jessica Rabbit. Made for one thing. She's drawn that way, after all. Daffy's girlfriend's hotter, okay. Every time I think about cholera, I think about love in the time of it. And it's not because I fell deeply in love during a cholera epidemic, so much as I blame it on that horrible Gabriela Garcia Marquez writing his books. He's actually a good writer. I like his shit. It's pleasantly fantastical. Lola Bunny is the hot one? I don't know who Lola Bunny is. Which one is she going out with? Who is Lola going out with? Daffy or Donald? Bugs. Okay. Lola and Bugs are going out, huh? Bugs kind of an asshole. You know, Bugs is not. He's posturing. Let's just admit it. Bugs is posturing. He's not that cool, and he's kind of a dick, and he kind of wishes he had a little bit more NE and a little less SE. That's what I think. Third one is the charm. The third one of what? The third opportunity to eat cheese? Bugs is not an ENTP. No, he's not. He's not an ENTP. If he were an ENTP, he'd do a lot less pranking and a lot more talking. Porky Pig has this weird fetish where he wants his girlfriend. What's Porky's girlfriend's name? He has a girlfriend too. He is an ESTP. Bugs is an ESTP, not an ENTP. That's why he's able to convince people that they want to keep the bomb rather than give it back to him. ENTPs would be too busy having a discussion about whether there should be a bomb here in the first place to play that game with the person. I remember when I was a kid, I thought that game would actually work. It never did. Petunia. Yeah. So, Porky's got a weird fetish where Petunia ties him up and shames him for his speech impediment. And then makes him eat bacon. It's a strange fetish, but it's his. And who are we to deny him his sexuality? Porky doesn't have a girlfriend, says Fly Guy. But Psylocke says his girlfriend's name is Petunia. Yes, Bugs does the no, you have it. No, you have it. No, I have it. No, I have it. No, I have it. Yeah, okay, fine, you can have it. And then it blows up. That guy who's hunting him all the time. Who is the guy? Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd is the guy who's always hunting him. You'd think he would have learned his lesson by now. You're never going to get any rabbits, Elmer Fudd. You're never going to get them the way that you are doing things. Yeah, no, exactly. And even the pea, no. Nobody wants you to piss on them, at least us. You're talking about male guy dudes who are weird and probably want to pee on you for some reason. You shouldn't have any pee or poo involved in sex. Those things are not part of sex, okay? No buttholes involved in sex either, because that's not part of sex. That's what's known as the wrong hole, okay? The wrong hole. And as we know about wrong hole, it's only a good thing when it's the name of my restaurant that serves only anuses. Yeah, Elmer Fudd, listen to me. You're going about hunting rabbits all wrong. First of all, you're talking too much while you're hunting rabbits. You need to be quiet when hunting. You're always explaining what you're doing to us when you should just be paying attention to what you're doing. As somebody who explains too much, I know this. Right, I have had an affair with Porky. With every cartoon animal, but not every manifestation of every cartoon animal. It just so happens that the pig I have had sex with is Porky. But there are other pigs in cartoons that I may not have had sex with. Just to be clear, I've had sex with every animal in cartoons, but not every cartoon animal. I don't want to be misleading about that. Like, the only capybara I've ever fucked is the one from World Trigger. He wasn't very good. It was I've never been that much into the rodents. Like, Jerry. Yeah, Jerry was tight, but maybe too tight. Tom, kind of scratchy. Well, I had a threesome with Size-A-Lot Bear and Rainbow Pony, I believe it was. Size-A-Lot Bear just sighed the whole time. One of the Care Bears, you know. Every time he sighed, I went and just pounded his face. Like that. That's what you get for opening your mouth, I said. Size-A-Lot Bear just sighed. It's hard to sigh with my man meat down your throat. But he managed to do it anyway. I'm pretty impressed about that. Let's see, other cartoon animals that I've had sex with. Pepe Le Pew, I gave him a taste of his own medicine. I sexually harassed him for months. I painted him the same color as me so that I could be confused as to whether he was the same species as me. He kept trying to tell me no, but I just, oh, l'amour, l'amour. He fell for it, and before he knew it, I had him bent over with my dick up his ass. Happiest day of Pepe Le Pew's life, in my opinion. He disagrees, but, you know, reasonable people can sometimes disagree. On the plus side, as I pointed out to him, I'm pretty sure you butt came. But he didn't even know what it was until I arrived to break new ground up his butthole. You really like this singing frog? Does he go, hello my mama, hello my time girl. That's a funny song, huh? What is that song? Hello my baby, hello my darling, hello my good time girl. Yeah. That. If you want to hit it and quit it, you want the quickie, as they say, it's a dead heat between Speedy Gonzales and the Roadrunner. They both come like that. As soon as I reach towards their crotch, all over my face, I'm like, oh my god. Beep beep, and he's gone. Well, at least S. That's because you're the woman? You seem to have gotten it backwards? No, I never had... Well, I drew my own cartoon chicken hawk is what I did. A fully adult one. With boobs. So that makes it okay. Women don't come. That's silly talk. Okay. I'm going to wrap it up. Ragtime gal. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. It's got kind of an archetypal... It's got kind of an archetypal Benny Hill kind of quality to it, like the song for the Benny Hill song, the show. They go, it's got kind of that same sort of like ha-cha-cha vibe to it, you know. See y'all later. Don't forget to eat plenty of bees, and no matter what you do, when having sex with Elise S, do not leave her satisfied. You'd break her track record. It's not okay. She's trying to make it all the way till death without being satisfied adequately by a man.